Hello guys, welcome to Modern Web. Today we will continue our blogging website. This is second part of our website. If you haven't watched the first part where we set up that project and made the login flow for our user in order to access all the features to the website, then I will recommend you to watch the part 1 first and then follow this series. Otherwise you won't get anything. In the description and comment section, you can find the playlist link. In today's video, we will continue working on this project and we will make a fully working editor for our blogging website to write a blog. Today, you will learn how to make a fully working text editor and how to upload images to our database and preview it to the user. You will learn to store the blog data in database and also save the blog as a draft. In next part, we will work on homepage, search page, 404 page, profile page, and a blog page of the website. So if you don't want to miss that, make sure you subscribe the channel and also give this video a like if you like my work. If you have any doubt or feedback, feel free to leave it in comments. So without wasting time, let's start the video. If you want full source code of this project, which include every features even before I create their parts, you can download the full project source code from Patreon or Buy Me a Coffee. Link is in the description. Okay, so let's start by creating our editor page. And to create that, the first thing we need is to make the editor root. As you can see, we have this navbar over here that we have created in the last part. And if I click on this right to go to the editor page, you can see I am redirected to the editor root, but I'm not getting anything. So instead of getting a blank page, let's just render the editor page over here. And inside that editor page, we will render the components that we want. So let's make the editor route first. For that, just go to app.jsx file and inside over here, since we don't want our navbar in our editor page, we want our custom navbar which will have a publish and save draft button, not the regular navbar. So since we don't want that, we will create the root outside of this navbar nested root. So just above that, add a root, and here in the path you can add slash editor to mention that this is the slash editor path. And the element that we want to render, well, we don't have any element right now. So what I will render is I will just render right now an h1, and this will just say editor page. And let's see it's working or not. So if I go here and refresh the page, you can see on the editor route I'm getting this editor page, which means the editor route is done. So now we don't want the editor page text over here, we want the editor page, right? So just go to the pages folder and you will find the editor.pages.jsx. This will be our editor page component, and this will be our editor page. So inside over here, let's make a function, a functional component. Let's call it editor, and this will basically will return an h1 for now, saying this is an editor page coming from editor component. You can type anything, I'm just typing it so that we can check in the output that this is working or not. And since we have created the editor function component, we have to export it as well. So export this and export this as a default component, so we don't have to import it using the curly brackets. So if I save it, and instead of now rendering the editor page, if I just say editor, and if I just press enter right now, because you can see I'm getting this VS Code suggestion, this will import this component also. As you can see here, it is importing the editor from the pages folder, the editor.pages. So if I save it and go back to the website, I should see the text saying editor page coming from editor component, which means our component is working. So now instead of getting the simple h1, now let's create the editor page. Okay, so instead of returning an h1, what we will do is we will check for a condition, and that condition will be, we will check whether or not the user is in session or not. Like if the user is not in session, we don't want to give or render the editor page, because no one is logged in, no one is allowed to write anything. Once only a user logged in can write it, right? So to add that condition, what I will do is, before return, I have to first access my user context in order to access that access token which is coming from the session. We already have done this in the part 1, so make sure you watch part 1 first. So to do that, what we will do is we will create a let, and we will destructure the object that we will get from the user context. So I will destructure it later, but let's import the context first. So to use the context, we will use context hook, and make sure you import it as well from React. And then in the use context, I have to provide what context I want to use. And the context that I want to use is user context, and make sure you import it as well. So this user context contains two things. One is user auth, and second is set user auth to change the user authentication state. So, well, this user auth is the object which contains the access token, right? So we have to destructure the user auth object in order to get the access token. So inside over here, you can say user auth, and this will give you the access of user auth. And since we want only access token from it, what I can do is I can add a semicolon, and in the curly brackets, I can say access token, and this will give me the access of access token. So what this destructuring is doing is that now I can access this access token variable like this, and this will give me the access token from the session. And if I don't do this, then I have to do user context dot user auth dot access token. You see, you have to type this whenever you want to access the access token. So just to be safe from that, we are using the destructuring here. So once I get the access token, what I will do is I will check whether or not this access token is null. So check it. So say access token is equals, which is triple equals, which will check the data type as well. So if the access token is null, which means the user is not in session. So if the user is not in session, then we will redirect the user to the sign in page. And to redirect the user, we will use the navigate component that is provided by this React router DOM. So make sure you import it as well. And this navigate component takes a prop which is 2, and this is just the route where you want to navigate the user. And the route that we want to navigate the user is slash sign in. So if I save that, and since I'm using this ternary operator, I have to give a colon here for the else state. And if the else state, like if the user is logged in, then I will just return an h1 saying you can access the editor page. So what we just did is we are only allowing the logged in user to access the editor page. Basically, we just have done this with these two lines. Let's see whether or not it's working. You can see since I was not logged in, I got redirected back to the sign in page. So if I click on this right to go to the editor page, you can see I'm still getting the sign in because I'm not logged in. And let me log in quickly. So once I'm logged in, you can see my profile image over here. So if I click on the right again, I should see the message. As you can see, I'm getting you can access the editor page, which means our condition is working. Now, instead of rendering this h1, we want to render two things. Either the editor, where the user will type or write his her blog, or we want to render the publish form where the user provide the SEO, like the title and the description of the blog, and then we'll publish the page. So we will use two different components to achieve that. If you come to the components folder, you will see I have blog editor.component over here, and then I have this publish form.component. So these two are different components that we want to render in the same page. To do that, what we will do is we will use a state to keep track of what component we want to render. So let's make a state for that. And the state, we will call it editor state, which will just tell what state this editor page is. So give this a set editor state name, and by default just set this state value to editor, because whenever the user presses the right button, the user should get the editor, right? So over here I can compare the editor state, and I can say if editor state is equals to editor, which means we want to render the editor, the blog editor. So over here I will say for now an h1 saying blog editor, and if the editor state is not editor, then it is published, right? So in that case I will render an h1 saying publish form. So if I save it and refresh, you can see I got blog editor. But if I go come over here and instead of editor I say publish, and if I refresh, you will see I get the publish form, which means it is working. So now instead of rendering this h1, let's make these two components and render those two components over here, and then we can start working on our editor and the publish form. So go to the blog editor.component inside this components folder and make a functional component over here. Let's call it blog editor, and this will obviously for now return an h1 saying blog editor from component JSX file, and make sure you export it as well. Export default blog editor. Why it's giving me the blue lines? Actually the spelling of default was wrong, so correct that and just copy this, because we will do the same for the publish form component. So in the publish form just paste it and replace the blog editor with publish form. And now instead of rendering this h1, render the blog editor if the state is editor, and instead of rendering this publish form h1, render publish form component if the editor state is not editor, which means maybe it is published. So if I refresh, I will get blog editor from component jsx, you can see, which means the components are working and they are fine. So now let's go to our blog editor and let's start working on our blog editor, where we will create the editor and allow the user to write the blog. Okay, so over right over here I have the editor root open. You can see I'm getting this blog editor from component.jsx file, and over here I have this blog editor component file open. So instead of rendering this h1, let's make our editor page. So what I will do is we will create the navbar first. So let's add a nav element here, and this navbar, let's give it a class navbar, because I already have this class inside the index.css, so it will add some style. You can see a border over here. So inside our navbar, of course we want a logo so that user can click on it to redirect to back to the home page. So add a link component for that, and add a to attribute so that I can give what route I want to redirect the user, and the route will be a single slash, which means the home route. And to use this link tag or link component, you have to first import it from the React router DOM. So add a import at the top saying import in the curly brackets link from React router DOM, and then only you will be able to use the link component. And inside the link, well, I need an image, so add an image, and in the source just provide logo. And since we don't have any image, we have to import the image over here. So add an import at the top saying import logo from, and let's go to images slash logo.png, and this will import and store this logo inside this logo, and we can access it inside this image. So you can see the image over here. Now I just have to style it to make it small because it's too big. So add a class name to the link tag, and what I will do is I will just give flex none, and I will say the width to be 10. So this flex none, well, the navbar has a flex box property, so that will affect the image size. So by setting flex none, it won't affect it, and we are just giving a fixed width to the image, which is fixed 10. And now the logo is looking good. If I click over the logo, you can see I am on the home page where I got the normal or the general navbar. And if I click over here and click over the right to go to the editor page, now I am getting the different navbar that we have just created over here. So in this navbar, what we will have is a logo, and then we will have a paragraph which will just show the title of the blog. So, and that will also update using state. So whenever the user changes the title of the blog will change, which means it's like something like a document name, you can say. So add a p tag or p for that, and in the class name, well, we will add class later. Let's say it new block. Great. And now you can see I'm getting this new block. Now in the class name, let's give some style. So what I want is I want that in smaller screen it should be hidden. So if I save in the smaller screen, it will be hidden. And when we will go over medium screen, then it will be visible. And why I want that? Because if we show the paragraph over here, then I won't be able to have the publish button and save draft button because it will be too glittery. So for that, I am just hiding that over here. So let's go to medium display so that I can style this. And the second style that I want is I want the color to be text black. The line clamp will be 1, and the line clamp will basically means that it won't break the words, but it will add 3 or 4 dots if the text will overflow. And just set its width to be full, so it will cover whatever width it it got. Well, you won't see any changes because these are some minor changes. So let's go back to our small screen, and now let's make 2 buttons, which will be the publish and the save draft button. So for that, make a div, and this div will contain both of the buttons. So first make a one button, and let's add publish over here. If I save, I should get a publish button. You can see over here. Now let's just copy this and paste below, change it to save draft, and I should get a save draft button as well. Great. Now let's style it. So give it a class name, this div, which is the parent div, and we will use flex in order to make the button side by side and add some gap. So add a gap of 4, so it will add gap between the buttons, and just say ml auto, which is margin left auto, which will make this component on the right side. You can see the component is shifted to the right side, and now we just have to style the button. So add a class name here and give a btn dark. This is again a custom class that is already inside the index.css. So this will create the dark button, and if I save, you can see right over here. But I think I should change its top and bottom padding as well. So change the py to 2, and it will add 2 padding from top and bottom, and now the button is looking good. Just copy the class name and paste it over here, but this time this button will be ptn light because we don't want same color buttons. And now our navbar is done. Of course, we want to add on click events to these buttons to publish or save the form, but we will do it later when we will have something or some content in order to publish, right? So for now, we can say the navbar is done. So after the navbar, what we will have is we will make our editor. So just let me just collapse it, and what I will do is I will make an empty component over here, and this component will wrap the navbar, and after that we can create a other component as well. Because in the React you can only return a single parent component. That's why I'm wrapping this navbar and the other component that we will write inside this an empty component. Great. So what I want is first wrap this inside an animation wrapper. And again, if you don't remember what is this animation wrapper, this is the component that we have created, and this will add the fade in effect to all the elements that is inside it. So if we create the editor form inside this, whenever we access a page, it will add a fade in effect. Great. So inside it, just add a section, and this section will contain the form. So make a div and give it a class name of mx auto. So this will make sure that this div will align in the center, and say its max width to 900 pixels. So we don't want more than 900 pixels of this width, and this div will be the main div which will contain the editor, the title, and the banner. And just set its normal width to full. So if we have a screen less than 900 pixels, then it will cover the full width. And if we have a screen larger than 900 pixels, then it will only cover 900 pixels and will align itself in center. Okay, so over here inside it, make another div and give this div a class name. And what we are creating now is the blog banner. So we want a rectangle over here where we can click to upload the image. So here just add a class name, say it's to be relative, add its aspect to video, so this will be in the 16:9 ratio form, and just add well, we will add hover effects later. Set its background to white and give it a border of 4, and just change its border color to border gray. So if I save, you can see I got a rectangle over here, and since I have given this aspect to video, I don't have to give width and height, and it will maintain its 16:9 ratio. So that's why I have used this blog aspect video. Now let's add a hover effect, and when we will hover over it, I will just change its opacity to 80%. So if I hover to it, you won't see that much difference because the background is white, but it is changing. So inside this div, I will add a label, and this label will be the for the upload input. So let's create that upload input first, and we need to create the upload input inside this label. Let me enable my word wrap. Great. So inside over here, add an input, and this input, give it an ID, upload banner, and just add this inside HTML for, so that if you click on this label, it will access this input. So if you click on this label, it will open the dialog box for you to choose the blog or the image. The type will be file, then only it will allow you to upload the files. And we only want to accept the PNG, JPG, or JPEG file. So to do that, add accept prop to it, and just say .png, comma .jpg, comma .jpeg. So it will only accept these three files, and it won't accept any other file. And just give a hidden prop, so this input will be hidden, so we won't see it. And yeah, for now just say save it. Well, you won't see any changes in the output because this input is hidden. So if I just comment this hidden attribute for now and refresh the page, you will see a choose file option. If I click on it, it will open the dialog box where I can select the images, and here you can see that I am only getting the option to choose the PNG files. I can't select the zip file. That's because the accept attributes is accepting only PNG, JPG and the JPG file. So yeah, uncomment the hidden attribute because we don't want this. We will make this label of full width and full height so that whenever user clicks on this banner, it will just pop up the dialog box to choose the image to upload. So other than other than this input, the other thing that we want in our label is the image that we will display in full width and full height, showing or previewing the uploaded image. So for that, add an image attribute or an image tag, the component, and here in the source, well, we will provide a default banner for now because this banner is not working right now. So I will import the default banner. So just add an import at the top saying import default banner. You can call this whatever you want, and then just import it from the images folder. You will see there is a block banner.png. So if I save that and copy this name and pass this name inside this src and save, you should see a block banner over here. You can see. So whenever a user write a new blog, the user will see this block banner, and now we will add the click event to this label so that whenever you click on it, it will upload the image and preview that image instead of saying just simply this block banner. So if I just click on it, it should open the dialog box as you can see, which means it is working. Now after the source, add another class name here. When the class name that we want to add is Z20, which is Z index 2. So it will be over the this input so that we can click on this image, right? And now we can add a on change event to this input so that we can make this uploading panel functional. So let's just add on change to this input, and whenever this gets changed, we will call handle banner upload. And of course, we don't have this function right now. That's why it is giving this red underline. So at the top, before the return, let's make this function. And for now, this function will log the event that whatever it will get from the parent. So whenever this input gets changed, it will just console log the event so that we can see what we are getting after the upload. So if I open my console, let me clear everything. Now if I click on block banner and let me upload one image, you can see I got something in console, which means it is working. And if I expand this, what we have is a lot of options, but we need to find the uploaded image from this data that we get. So how can we do that? Let's see. So in this data, you will find the image inside this target. So if I expand this target, you will see that it has a bunch of values. And if I just scroll down, you should see a files option here. Yeah, you can see there is a file key, and if I expand that file key, there is one file, and that's name. So actually we got the name of the uploaded file and the type, which is the PNG, and the size. So basically we got the file. So we want to first access this file that we have uploaded, then only we can send that to the backend in order to upload it in our server and then preview it over here. So how we can do that? Let me first access that image file. So what we can do is I can say let image equal e, which is this event, and then since we got this files key under target, I will say e dot target dot files, and then this files will give me this array, and this array we have the latest uploaded file in this 0 index. So I have to save files and then 0. So if I save, this will return me the uploaded image. So if I go over here and just console log the image now, if I save, remove the, clear the console, and again if I upload an image, you will see I got a file with the same information, like the name of the file, the size, and the type, which is the PNG file. So now we got the file, and now we have to upload this file in our backend. Now how can we do that? To do that, we will use a service which is provided by Amazon, the AWS, and we will use their S3 service to upload the image in their servers or in their database, and then we will access those images link and store those link in our database to reference the uploaded image. What do I mean by that? If you don't understand, just follow me and you will get it. So don't worry. So now let's just first set up our AWS and set up our server so that it can handle the image upload request, and then we will work on this block banner in order to upload the image to the backend, and then we will preview it. So to access or use this AWS, just to go to your browser and search for AWS and just open the first link that you get from the Google search, and then it will ask you to create the account, or if you already have an account, it will ask you to log in. Just log in into the console, and then you will see something like this, your own AWS dashboard. So once you are on the AWS dashboard, just go on the search and search for the service that we want to use. So the service that we want to use is called S3 bucket. So if I search for S3, you will see I got this S3. Just click on it, and basically this S3 is the storage service provided by this AWS, so that we can store the files, any files inside their database. So over here you will see all the list of your buckets, which is sort of your projects. So basically, if you don't have any project, you won't see anything. Well, just go over here and click on this orange button, create bucket, to create a new bucket, and that bucket will be a sort of a project, you can say. So we will store all the images related to the one particular project inside one particular bucket. So over here, we need to fill this form in order to create the bucket. So just give a bucket name here. I'm saying it blogging website YT tutorial, and afterwards you have to choose the AWS region. Click over here and select whatever region is the nearest to your place, so that it will be fast, so that whenever you make a request, it will respond to you faster, because the server is nearest to you. And after that, you don't have to do anything, just scroll down and uncheck this block all public access, and just click on this I acknowledge button, and then just come at the end and just click on this create bucket, and this will create your bucket so that you can use it. Now again, it will redirect to you to the home page, where you will see all the list of your buckets. So just click on this bucket name that you have just created, and your bucket is created. Now we have to connect this bucket to our server. And how we can do that? Well, for that we have to first set up our AWS and retrieve one access key and one secret key from there in order to connect with the AWS. So let's do some settings first, and then we will connect it to our server. Okay, so now let's go to permissions, and over here we need to create one bucket policy, and we have to define the cross origin, which is the course. So let's first define the bucket policy. So if click on the edit, and what is this bucket policy? Well, this bucket policy is just telling what this bucket is allowed to do, and what this should do and what this should not do. So we need to generate a policy for this bucket. So just click on this policy generator and it will redirect you to one another page where you will generate the policy. So over here, select the type of policy. Just click over here and select the S3 bucket because we are using the S3 bucket service. And then in the add statement, the effects will be allow, and the principal you can pass star to use everything. And then in the AWS service, well, you don't have to do anything. In the action, we have to define what actions we want to do in our bucket. And other than those action, if we do any other actions, it will just block those things, which means like it won't allow you to do such things in your bucket. So like if I select here create document, create object or delete object, it will only allow you to delete the object and create object, but it won't give you the access of the object, right? So here I want one get object to get the document from the bucket. So search for get object. And the second thing that I want is put object so that I can upload an image or any file to this bucket. So select the put object. So select these two, and after that you have to pass the ARN number here, which is the unique number for your AWS. So if I go back to my edit bucket policy page, you can see here this is the bucket ARN. Just click over this icon and copy it and go back and paste that ARN over here. Click on the add statement and then click on generate policy, and this will give you this code. So just copy this JSON code and come back to the policy page and paste that code over here. Now if I click on save changes, it will give you error because the policy is not correct right now. So in the resources, just after the name of the bucket at the very end, add a slash and then star, which means that this policy applies to all the documents inside this bucket. So if I just save it now, it will save the policy and your AWS policy is generated. So now we don't have to do anything because our bucket is set up to only either create an object or retrieve an object. It won't do anything else. It won't delete an object. It won't do anything else because we already have saying we are already saying that you are allowed to do only two things. Okay, so now let's go to the course and let's add some course to it. So what are codes? Well, course basically defines what sort of request we would like to handle and what sort of request we would like to reject. Like in the course, we can define from what origin or what domain we would like to accept the request. So like if you add here like google.com, only google.com request will be handled and other websites request will get rejected. So this is for that. And for now we want it to receive a request from any domain. So for that I will write the course, and just follow me and write the way I am writing, and you will set up your AWS to receive requests from everywhere. Okay, so add a square bracket to make an array, and inside this array we will pass or create an object, and that object will be a JSON object. So here the first key will be allowed headers, which is just telling what sort of headers are allowed, and make sure you type it like this, not in caps or not in lowercase. You should type in capitalized letter. So allowed headers will tell you what sort of headers are allowed, and we would like to have any sort of headers in request so that we are not rejecting anything. So just add a star in the double quotes and then add a comma. The second key that we will add is allowed method, like what sort of methods are allowed to this bucket. So say allowed methods colon curly bracket, and we would like to only have a put method, a get method, and a head method. So we will only accept the put or get method. We won't accept the delete or post method from the from any domain request, and we will accept any header in our request. This basically means that. Now add another comma, and now we will type allowed origin, which will tell from where we would like to have it. Make sure you don't add it inside curly brackets. So this allowed origins will tell from what origin we would like to have. So you can give your website domain over here if we will when we publish the website online, then we will change this origin. But for now, we will say it is star to accept the request from any origin because it is in the testing phase. Now the last that we will give is expose headers, and that will be an empty array. Now if I just click on save changes, okay, it is giving me error. And what it is, yeah, actually these are not curly brackets, these are square bracket because these are a set of arrays, not an object. So let me just change that very quickly. Yeah, so make sure you write your course like this. If you mess up here or you mess up over here file generating the policy, then your bucket won't work and you won't be able to upload the image to the AWS. So make sure that, and don't worry, I will provide you this course text in the description, so you can just copy it from the description. Okay, so we have set up our course and we have set up our policy. Now let's go back to our server and let's uh, connect our AWS to our server. So now in the servers folder, just go to server.js, and now let's just connect our AWS to it, here. So to connect the AWS, we will use a package called AWS SDK provided by the AWS, of course, and it is already installed in your folder, so you don't have to worry about it. Just add a import at the top, importing the import AWS from AWS as SDK, and this will import the AWS services from the SDK. And now once we get that, we need to set up or connect our AWS to the server so that we can use the S3 bucket. So for that, after these Mongoose connections, what I will do is I will say setting up S3 bucket. And to set up a S3 bucket, that is the AWS S3 bucket, what we will do is we will create a new variable. We will call it S3 and set it equals to new, and then AWS that we have just imported from the SDK, and then dot capital S3. So this capital S3 will give you access to the S3 bucket class from this AWS, and then we need to pass here some parameters in order to create an S3 bucket that we can use to upload images to the S3 cloud, right? So here you have to pass some of your credentials. The first credential that you want to give is the region, like what is your server region. So if I come back to my AWS and go to the properties, you will see I will get this AWS region under this bucket overview. So just copy the last coded word, which is for me is AP-south-1. This will be different for you according to the region. So just copy this and paste it inside this region so that the S3 knows on what server it has to find the bucket. And then we need to provide it an access key ID, and we also need to provide it a secret access key. and we don't have those key for right now. If I go in my .env file, you will see that I have AWS secret access key and AWS access key over here, these two variables, but I don't have any key because we will generate this from the dashboard. So uh, let's just add them over here and then we will generate it from the AWS. So to access the variable from the .env file, what we do is we say process.env dot the variable name, and for the access key ID the variable name is AWS access key, and do the same for the secret access key. Say process.n.aws underscore secret. Let me just copy the variable name instead of typing it. So AWS secret access key. Well, if I save the server and go back, okay, I didn't got any error, but it will not be able to connect with the S3 because we haven't provided the access key and secret access key. It is just an empty string because we don't have those in our .env file. So now let's just go back to the dashboard and generate these access key and the secret access key. So for that, what I will do is I will go to the search and we will search for the second service, which is I am, and this uh, I am will provide you the manage access, like it is the manager. It provides you it provide you the service to access your AWS from servers. So just open this dashboard and then go to policies, because we need to first create a separate policy in the IAM dashboard, and then we need to create a separate user in the IAM dashboard, and then will only we will get those two keys from the AWS in order to connect our AWS with our server. It is a little bit complicated because AWS is more sort of a security side, which is a good thing. So go in the policies and then create policy, and now we have to generate a policy over here. So in the services, choose S3 because we need a S3 service, and then in the action allowed you have to select again those two actions, which is the get object and the put object. And once we get those two actions, now in the resources, I have to define for what bucket this policy is. So I have to say all, like specific, not all. All will be applied for all the buckets. So specific, and now just click on the add ARN in order to add the ARN number or ARN of the bucket here. So just open this, and so you have to pass the ARN of your bucket over here. So just paste the ARN of the bucket and then click on any object name. So this policy will apply to any object inside that bucket, and object is basically the files stored in that bucket. So just make sure you do these two things, and then you can click on add ARN and it will add the bucket over here. Now we don't have to do anything, just click on next and it will create the policy. You have to give a policy name, so I will give the same name over here that that I have given in the bucket, so that it will be more easy for me to define this policies for this bucket. So I will say blogging website YT tutorial, and I'll just leave the description for now and the text for now. I will just click on create policy. Okay, it is saying valid characters are required. Okay, so I can't add spaces, I guess. So let me add a hyphen instead. Click create policy, and this will create the policy. So if I in the search for blogging website, you can see that I got the policy name. Now I have to create the user in order to get those two keys. So in the users, click on the create user to create another user. In the username, give the name of the user, and again I am going to use the same name over here so that it will tell me that this user is for that bucket. So I will just say blogging website YT tutorial and click on the next, and now here say attach policy directly, and this will give you the option to attach the policy to this user and search for the policy that you just created. Check that and then click on next, and this will attach the policy to this user, and we don't have to give any tags, just create user and it will create the user, as you can see, like this. Now you just have to click on the user that you just created in order to get the access key and the secret key. So just open it, and then you will see under here access key 1, this is giving you an option to create an access key. So click over there and you can select any option from here. I'm selecting the other, and then click on next. You can leave this as it is, and now you got two keys. One is access key and the second is secret access key. So now copy the access key and come back to the server.n file, and since it was the access key, paste it after this AWS access key to store the access key inside this variable. And now we need the secret access key, so come back to the website and you will see there is a secret access key. Just click on this copy icon to copy the secret access key and paste that over here to store that inside AWS secret key. And now you can close the .env file because our AWS is successfully connected with our server. Now we just have to upload the image. Okay, so how can we do that? Okay, so whatever we did in the last 10 minutes, we just set up our AWS and we just connected our AWS to the server. But now how we can upload an image to our server or like the AWS bucket? Now, to do that, what we will do is in the server, we will generate a new image file name, and then we will give that name to the S3, and that AWS S3 will create a unique link, or you can say unique URL for us, and then it will send us back, and then the server will send that URL to the front end, so that in the front end we can make a request to directly to that URL that we got from the AWS, and we can upload the uploaded image to that URL directly instead of calling or sending the image to the server and then sending back the image to the AWS. We will just ask for the URL and then we will directly upload the image to that URL. So now how we can get that URL? So to get that URL, we will first create a function that we will generate a URL. So just make a const here and say generate upload URL. This will be the function that we will call whenever we want to generate any AWS upload URL. So over here you have to provide a name of the file in order to create the URL. So the name that we will create will be in the format of some random ID that we will get from this nano ID package that we are using, and then afterwards we will use an hyphen, and then we will use the today's or the uploading date time zone, like if the uploading time is today's date with the time, let's say 2 p.m., so we will give a timestamp to this at the end of this file name, so that we can upload multiple images at the same time without worrying that there is no uniqueness in the file name and something will overwrite. So for that, let's make a variable. Let's call it date equal new date, and we will use the JavaScript date in order to retrieve the current timestamp. And then we will make a variable saying image name, and this will be the name. So I will use template literals here. Just use the key above your tab key, and this is not a single quote, so use the key above your tab key, and this will add this. And to access a variable inside the template literals, we use dollar and then the curly bracket. So here I will say nano id, I will call it, and this nano id function will give me a random id, and then I will say hyphen or dash, and then again a variable, and that variable will be date, which is this variable, and then date dot get time will give me the timestamp of the current time, and then I will say dot jpeg because I will save the image in the jpeg format. Great. So save that, and then what I will do is I will return whatever the data that I get. So I want to return basically the URL, right? So I want to generate the URL first. So instead of returning right now, I'll say s3 dot, which is this s3 bucket that we have created over here. Now s3 dot say get signed URL promise, and it will give you a signed URL which will be signed with your access key and secret key so that you can only access this URL. And this is a promise because this will get resolved once we get we send a request from the front end. So that's why I'm saying get signed in URL promise function. This is obviously from the AWS. So here the method that I want is put object because I want a URL that will accept this put object functionality. After the put object, just add a curly bracket, and here I will pass some set of objects to define what sort of URL I want. So the first parameter or the key I will pass is the bucket, tells what bucket or in what bucket I have to put the object. So you can pass, you have to pass the bucket name over here. And if I go back to my AWS, just copy this bucket name of your project and paste it over here. So the AWS will give you the URL where you can only put the object inside this bucket only. Okay, and then afterwards add a key parameter, and this key is the just the name of the file. So you can just pass the image name over here, and then say expires, and this expire will tell that after how many milliseconds the link should expire. So I will just say 1000 milliseconds, which is 1 second. So if we don't make request to the URL in within 1 second, URL will get expired. And then say content type, make sure there is no dash between. Okay, so the content type, we have to define what sort of content we are sending. So the content that we are sending is image slash jpeg because I'm saving the image in the jpeg format. So that's why. So this s3 and dot get signed in promise is obviously will take some time in order to make request to the AWS, and then we will get the URL. So for that we have to wait here. Otherwise, this will make a request and the function will get called, and we won't get the URL. And since you are using await, you have to create this function asynchronous, otherwise you won't be waiting over this line, otherwise it will just go afterwards. And since we want to return the URL, basically this s3 will return you the URL directly. So you can just say return, and then whenever you call this function, it will create the date and it will generate the image name, and then it will wait here until it gets the URL, and once it gets the URL, it will just send you or return you that URL. So basically this generate upload URL is doing that. Now we have to call it, right? So we have to make a route for it. So whenever we make a request to that route, it will just give us back a URL. So let's come at the top, like before the sign up, let's create a route. So let's say upload image URL route. I'll say server dot get request, and the route will be get upload URL. So this will basically get a request and a response. So whenever we get a request on this get upload URL, we will call the generate upload URL function, and that will give us the URL back, and then we will send that to the front end. So what I will say, I will just call the generate upload URL over here. And since this is a promise, it will take some time to get resolved. And once it gets resolved, I can go after the result. I can get the return value by saying dot then, and I can say URL. I can call it whatever I want, and since I know that this function will return me the URL, I'm saying URL. So whenever this promise get resolved, it will call this then block, and inside this then block, I will have the access to the URL. So basically, if I get the URL, I'll just send that back to the front end using the response. So say response dot status. The status will be 200 because everything is going good, and that will send a JSON with a key upload URL, and the URL will be this URL that we got from the function. And since we are using dot then, we have to use dot catch in order to catch any errors. So if we get any error, I'll just console log the error dot message, and I will return a response with a status of 500 and a JSON, and that JSON will just carry this error message. So I hope you got this part because this is easy. So if I open my terminal, close or stop my server and start the server again, okay, I am not getting any errors, which means it is working. Now if I just save it, now I have to make a request to this get upload URL in order to see whether or not it is working. So let's go to the request.rest in order to make a request over here. So I will say get HTTP, and I have to pass the domain over here. So the domain is localhost 3000 port number / the root is get upload URL. Make sure you spell this correctly. And since we want the get request, it is get. So if I just remove this first part, I would be able to send the request. If I click on send request, you can see that I got a 200 status code, and in the JSON I got upload URL with a URL following the name of our bucket. So which means I got a URL, and now I just have to upload my image, or like send my image to this URL in order to upload it in our bucket. So the server part is done. Now I have to go to my front end in order to upload the image to the AWS. So let's do that. Okay, so now let's upload the image to our AWS. So to do that, just open the folder view and go inside the common folder, and you will find a aws.jsx file. Open that, and this basically aws.jsx file will handle the AWS code, and here I will make a function which will take an image as an argument, and it will upload the image to the AWS bucket, and then it will return the image URL back telling that the image is uploaded successfully. And we will do that separately in the aws.jsx file, so that whenever like if we get any error in uploading, we know that yeah, the error is inside aws.jsx file. Okay, so over here we first need to make a functional component. So say const, and the component, or not component, the function name will be upload image, to upload the image to the AWS, and this will take an image as an argument. So add image over here, and make sure you export this upload image as well, so that we can use it in the external file. So add export before this upload image function. Now what this function will do, basically this function has to return the image URL to tell that if the image is uploaded successfully. So for that, make a variable for saying image URL, and this will be null at the start of this function, and then at the end we will change the value of the image URL to return it back. So now once the image URL is null, I have to make request to the server with this on this get upload URL root in order to get this upload URL, and then I have to upload the image back to this URL, right? So how can I make request to it? Well, I will again use Axios for it. So make sure you import the Axios also, and then you will do that. So say Axios dot get, because I have to make a get request to retrieve the URL, and the domain will be, you can access like this: import dot meta dot and dot wheat server domain. If you don't know what it is, we have done it in the last part, where this wheat server domain is a variable storing the domain name inside the env file, and to access the variable from env in the wheat.js, we do like this, and just add a plus to add the root after the domain, and the root is get upload URL. Let me enable my word wrap, and let me just expand the code. Great. So once we make a request to this URL, I will wait for the response using .then, and here I will access or destructure the data that we get from the backend. So from the backend, what I am getting is this object, and this object has this upload URL, right? So directly let me destructure this upload URL so that I can access inside this .then. So how can I do that? Just add a curly bracket to destructure, and just say data. You can call whatever you want, doesn't matter, and then inside add a colon and then curly bracket, and just pass the key that you want to destructure, and the key that I want to destructure is upload URL that we are getting from the backend. So it will destructure that, and now I can run a callback over here like this. So now I have to make a request to this Axios now, to this upload URL, and to do that again I will use the Axios. So I will say Axios, and instead of just saying now dot put or dot post or dot get, what I will do is I will call this Axios function, and inside the curly brackets, or like inside this function, I will pass an object with all such of data, like what method I have to do and what data I have to send. And why I'm doing this, because I have while creating the project, I have used it like Axios dot put in order to put the image to the backend, but it was not working. So I find a solution, just call this Axios function and pass the object, and it will work. So that's why I'm doing it. So here I have to first define what a type of method that I have to send. So the method will be put, because I have to put the image to the backend. Now I'll say URL, and the URL is like on what backpoint you have to make request, and the URL that is the URL that we got. So just say upload URL, and then you have to define headers, like what sort of data it is, because it's not a JSON data, it's a file. So I have to say content type, and the content type is multi-part slash form data. This is multi-part slash form data is for sending files, and then in the data, basically this data is the body, like what sort of data you want to send to this URL. So the data that I want to send is this image that I got from this while I call this upload image. So just say image, and this will send the image to this upload URL with a put method. Great. So once it's make a request, it will get obviously a response, which we can catch using .then. And once it get a response, what I will do, I will just change the variable, change the value of this image URL. So I will say image URL equal whatever this upload URL is. So I will say upload URL dot split question mark underscore in brackets 0. And why I'm doing this? Well, actually, let's just console log and let's see why I'm doing it. So I'll just say upload image, upload URL to see the URL, or actually instead of that, just come over here and you will see that in the upload URL after this question mark I have a bunch of data, right? But before this question mark I have this link saying HTTPS blogging website, which is the bucket name, and then this is the file name of it. So I just need this .jpg URL. I don't need these parameters which is defining the parameters for this upload URL. I hope you get that. So that's why I'm saying splitting the URL from the question mark, and I'm just getting the first item from the array, which is this HTTPS till this .jpg. So just uncomment it because you know now what it is. Okay, this is done, but if you run this function this won't work because we have to do a little more thing over here. Now what it is, here, since this is a Axios request which is uploading an image to the AWS, obviously it will take some time, right? So I have to wait over here before returning the image URL. Otherwise, whenever you call this function, the at start the image URL is null, and this Axios will take some time to get resolved, and until then this function will basically return the image URL and that will be null. So I have to wait for these two Axios to get resolved in order to return the image URL, which will contain the actual URL of the image, right? So I have to wait over here to for this Axios to get resolved. So I will just add a wait over here, and since I am adding a wait here, I have to add asynchronous to the function to make that function asynchronous. So before this brackets, just add async to make this callback a asynchronous callback, and do the same for this Axios because obviously this Axios will also take some time to get resolved. So just add await, and since this is await, I have to make this upload image a asynchronous function. And now whenever you call this upload image, at start the image URL will be null, but it will wait for these two Axios to get resolved. Then only it will go to the return and return the image URL, which will be the upload URL. I hope you get that. So now basically the AWS code is done. Now we just have to call this upload image function from our blog editor, like here from this function, and we have to send this image to that URL to upload that to the AWS. So let's do that. So instead of this console log, remove it and say if, and in the bracket say image. So like if we have a image, like what it is, like it is saying e.target.file. So basically the image is the file, but sometimes if you click over here the blog image, like actually let me just tell you. So instead of that let me just say console log image back, and let me refresh. So over here if I click and choose an image, you will see that I got an image file. But if I click over here again, but let's say I don't want to upload image, so I will just say cancel. So you can see that it is saying undefined. So I have to check whether or not this image is an actual file or undefined, because if it is undefined, we won't be able to upload anything in our backend and then it will give me a error, right? So that's why I was adding the condition. So remove the console log and say if there is an image, then we will call the upload image URL function, the upload image function to upload that image, right? So say upload image and call this function and pass the image file that you got. And to use this upload image, make sure you import it from the AWS like this. Great. Now once you call this function, and since this function is asynchronous, this will obviously take some time to get resolved, and to get the return value after it, use .then in order to get whatever this function return. So once this upload image get resolved, it will obviously will return a URL that we can use in order to define that the image is uploaded. So I will say if there is any URL, I will check for this condition like is there any URL, or we got this null. So if we get this null, we won't go inside this condition, but if we got an actual URL, then only we will get inside this condition. And if we have the actual URL, what I want to do is I want to change the source of this image to that URL. So instead of this default banner, I want to change that source to the uploaded image URL. And how I can do that? For that, I have to first access this image, and to do that, I will use a reference, the reference hook of the React. So what I will do is I will say I will make a variable over here, and I will call it a blog banner, actually blog banner ref, and I will then use a ref hook of React.js, and make sure you import it as well. So add an import, use ref from React, and just save it. Copy this blog banner ref, and in the image add a reference attribute and pass that blog banner reference here. So now you can access this image using this blog banner reference here. So in the condition I can just say that I want to access the image by just calling this blog banner reference, because this reference contains the reference of this tag, image tag. And to get actually to get the reference of this image, you have to say blog banner ref dot current, because it stores the value of the reference in dot current, because that is its current reference, right? So once we get the image, so basically this will give you the image. Now I have to change the source value of it, so I will say dot src to change the source value to it, and the source value will be the URL that we get from this upload image return value. And just save it, and let's see whether or not it is working. So if I click on the blog banner and let me choose one image, and after some time you can see the image is uploaded, and now I can see the preview of the image. So basically our upload image is done. And if I go back to my AWS bucket and just refresh the page, in the buckets, instead of seeing nothing, you will see a document over here. And if I click over here, I will see the object URL. And if you click on the object URL, this will download the exact file that I just uploaded, which means the uploaded thing is working. So now you can see, like if I click over here again and upload other file, you will see it is taking some time and then uploading the image. But in the demo, I had a toaster over here saying uploading, and then once the image gets uploaded, it was just disappearing. So let's do that here. So how we can do that? Again, to do that, I will use the toasters library. So import the toaster and the toast. Actually import the toaster and the toast from the React hot toast, and the toaster is the component. You have to add it like this. So if you don't add this toaster component, it doesn't matter. You call this toast function to show the success or error alert, it won't show because there is no HTML element for the function to control, right? So over here, before calling the upload image, if there is an image, before calling the upload image, what I will do, I will say let loading toast, because this is a loading toast which is waiting for this upload image to get resolved. So I will say loading toast equal toast dot loading, and this will add a loading, and you can pass any message over here that you want to show. So just say uploading dot dot dot, and if I just click on this again, let me first refresh it and click here again. If I upload the image, you will see I got a toaster saying uploading. So that's working. But now I have to make it disappear once the image get uploaded, right? So once we are in this URL function, URL condition where we are setting the URL of the image, I can remove the toast saying toast dot dismiss to dismiss the toast. And the reason I have stored this toast inside this variable is so that I can copy and paste it over here. So I can just say loading toast. I can pass this loading toast over here, and this dismiss will get a reference of what toast I am actually talking about, and it will then dismiss that toast. And I then have to display a success toast saying uploaded and a thumbs up icon emoji. So save, and if I refresh, click the block banner to upload an image, and you can see the alert is working. So if, I can close my console now. And yeah, so basically this is it. That's how you can upload an image to AWS and make this working. Now one more thing, that now since we are using .10, obviously we have to use .catch in order to catch any error. So let me add that quickly. So if we get any error, what I will do, I will say first of all I will dismiss the loading toast that I was getting, because I don't want it to keep rotating. And then I'll just return another toast with an error saying toast.error, and the error will be basically whatever error I am getting. Okay, so now our block banner is basically done. Now the other thing that we want in our editor is obviously the block title. So now let's work on the block title input field, and let's make that. Okay, so now let's create a text area over here where we can write the heading or the title of the blog. So for that, after this div, which is our banner div, make an a text area component like this. And actually, let's give it some prop. So the first proper attribute that we will give is a placeholder. I will say block title. If I save, I should see a block title text area over here. You can see now inside of this I can type the block title, or this is like I can type anything, and this will be the text area for our block title or heading. So after the placeholder, I think let's style this a little bit. So add a class name over here, and let's first set its text to 4XL. So it will increase the font size to 4XL because the heading should be bigger, and the font will be medium, so it won't be so bold, but it will be of medium text width. Now what I want is I want it to cover full width, so give a width full and a height of 20, and remove the outline by giving outline none class. Let me enable my word wrap. Okay, so this is how the placeholder look. You can see there is a arrow which I can drag and drop to increase or decrease the height of the text area, but we don't want to see this actually. So to remove that icon, what I can do is I can give resize none property or the class which will apply the resize none, and that will just remove this arrow from here. As you can see, it's gone now, but still if I give a bg red or any background color, you can see that this is our text area height. Don't worry, we will make this a dynamic, so this text area will adapt the height according to the content inside it. So but before that, let's work on its style. So let's give it some margin from top as well. Give empty 10, and say it's leading tight, which is a tailwind class will which will make the line height little bit less, so the text will come without so much gap. Okay, so Actually, I guess I should give a placeholder class as well. So give placeholder, and the placeholder opacity would be 40%. Yeah, now it is good. So inside this block title, I can type anything. So I can say, uh, let's say JavaScript tutorial 101 guide for beginners. But now you can see, since I'm pressing the enter and it has a fixed width, I'm getting this scroll bar, right? So to not get the scroll bar, or instead of that, we want that the text area height should adapt whatever is written inside it. So for that, we will add an event to it, which will be on key down, and on key down we will check whether or not the text is overflowing. If the text is overflowing, we will just increase the height. So just add a on key down event, and just call uh, handle title key down. And since we don't have this function, let's create it. So let's create it above the banner upload, or you can actually create it below the banner upload function. It doesn't really matter. And you can give e in the argument so that we can access the event here. Now let's just console.log the event that we get for now, and let me open my console to see what we are getting when I am pressing any key in the console. So let me clear the console again, and if I type, let's say, A here, you can see I got an event. And if I expand this, inside of it I got a lot of options and keys, but you can see there is a key which is telling me that this is the A key that is pressed, and there is a key code attached to this key, which is like the numerical form of knowing that what is this key. So 65 is for the alphabet A of a lowercase. So what we will do is we want to check for the key code of enter, because we don't want our user to press enter here, because I don't want to type a title like hello and then enter and then something. I want a title to be in a single line and not any enter, right? So for that, I will check whether or not user is pressing enter, and if the user presses enter, I will reject that by preventing the default functionality, and I won't register that enter key in the text area. So how can we do that? So first of all, we need to know, we need to find the key code of that enter key. So inside of here, you can press enter, and that will trigger the event, and we will get the console. And if I expand that, you can see the key is enter and the key code is 13. So we got the key code. Now I can just simply say, using if condition, saying if e, which is the event, dot key code, which is this key. So if that is equals to 13, that means the user have pressed enter key. So in that case, what I want is, I want to select the event and I want to prevent the default functionality. So I can do that by saying e.prevent default. So if I save this now, and now if I come over on my text area, and if I press enter, you will see the cursor is still there. If I type anything and press enter and still type anything, there is no enter in between this line. So we have fixed this. Now the other thing that I want is, I want to change the height of this text area according to its content. So before doing that, let me just remove this console log, because now I don't need that event to be logged. So now come back to the text area, and after the on key down, let's give it another key event, which will be on change. So whenever this text area gets changed, which means if you enter anything or if you delete anything, the text area value will change. So whenever it gets changed, I want to run a function which is handle title change, and obviously we don't have that. So just copy this class or function name, and make another function like this, and add e as an argument so that we can access the event. Now once we get that event, I need to select this text area. And how can I do that? Well, basically you can do that by creating a reference and then passing that inside the text area. But to select the text area here, what I will do is again I will just console log the event so that you can see what actually we get in the event. So if I just stop clear my console and type anything, you can see since it is the value of text area is changing, it is console logging me stuff. And if I open or expand the event, you can see there is a target key, and this target key basically, if I just take my mouse over it, you can see that it is highlighting the text area. So basically you can access the input by just accessing the target of the event. And that exactly what we are going to do. So what I will do here is I will say make a variable. I will say input equal event, which is e dot target, and that will store the reference of that text area over here so that I can get that input. So once I get that input, now what I want is I want to change its height according to the content. Now how can I do that? Well, to do that, first of all you have to reset its height, because I don't know either, like if you say you have typed 100 words in title and then removed 20 words or 50 words, then the height should decrease, right? To do that, what we can do is first we have to select the input and then we have to change its height using uh, the style. So just say input dot style, and this will give you access to change the css, and the css that we want to change is the height, and just set the height to auto, so it will go back to whatever it need to fill the content. And then on the next line, just say input dot style dot height equal. Now what I want to set here is I want to set the scroll height. Well, what is scroll height? So let me just comment this for now, and what we can do is let me just add a console here saying event, which is like the input dot scroll height, and let's see what we get. So if I open my console and if I type over anything here, you can see that I got console log 70 and then 95. And let me just give it a background color so that you can see the input clearly. So let me give PG red for now. So you can see the height of the text area is this much. And if I type, and you can see now this is a scroll bar that we got, but the height of the input box is still the same. So at start the height of the input was 70 and it is still the 70, but since there is a scroll bar, the height of the content is uh, greater than the height of the input, and that's why the scroll height, which means how much the div is scrollable, we got 143, which means that it is almost double the height of the actual input height. So we just need to set this scroll height equals to the height, or actually you can see say the input height equals to the scroll height, so that it will be equals to the scroll height, so that we won't see this scroll bar. I hope you got that point. So let me just remove the console from here, and now since you know what we have to set it equals to, just say input dot scroll height, and make sure you add a pixel at the end by saying plus pixels, because we need to give it in a pixel value. So just save it, and if I type anything over here, you will see the scroll bar is gone, and now the height of the input changed. So if I type again, the height of the input is changing, and if I just remove everything, the height of the input is resetting back to its normal height, which was height 20 height 20. So this is how you can create the text area height dynamic to follow the content of it. So I guess it's done, and let me just remove the background color because it was just for demonstration. So our blog title input box is done. So if I expand my screen size of this website, well, you know, we have created this new blog text in the navbar, and what I want is whenever I type something over here, like if I type heading of the blog or title of the blog, whatever you want to type here, you can type. I want that this should display over here. So I want that this should change according to this title. So how can I do that? Well, for that, what we will do is we will create a state, but we will create it as a context. And why a context? Because we will need a state for this title, a state for this banner, state for the editor content, and then the SEO stuff like the title and the description about the blog. So instead of having a separate state for each of them, let's make a one state in our editor page over here, and that will be the context so that I can access it in my blog editor. And since we will use this editor page for blog editor and publish form component both, I have to access the state of this banner, the title, because then only I will know the value of the banner and the title while publishing this blog. So I have to access that state value over here. So to access the state in both of the files, I will create the state in the parent file, which is the editor page, and I will create it as a context so that I can access them over here. I hope you got that. So let's go to the editor page and let's create a context. Above the function component, make a variable and let's call it block structure, and this basically will be a empty block structure. Like it will be a structure that will define that our blog will look like something like this. So I'll just say that we will have a title in my blog, and I will have a banner, and the banner will be the URL of the banner. Just make them empty because this is the empty structure. It is just for defining the start of the structure of the state so that we can add values later on to this object. And then it will have a content, and this content will be an array because when we will add the editor, we will need the editor JS will export or give us the content in the form of array. And then we will have tags that we will access in our publisher form, and that will also be in an array. And then a description, it will be an string, and we will have some author details too in our block structure. So add up author, and what I will do here is I will create it exactly same as we have this in our server. So if I come in my folder view and if I go in my schema and the user, you will see that in the user schema I have this personal info, and that personal info contains the full name, email, password, username, everything. So that's why I have created personal info here, because later in this video what we will do is we will store this author value in our database, and then we will just access the personal info directly like this. So this should be same as schema, so it won't interfere in our rest of the code. I hope you get that. Just code it like this and that will work. And now we need to create the context. So what I will do is I will say a const, and I will make a context with the name editor context because it's a context for editor. And to create a context in user, you can say create context to create the context, and it will be by default an empty object. Make sure you import it as well. So let me add an import here, import create context from React, and you won't see the red underline now. Now also add a export before the const so that we can access this context in other files. Otherwise you won't be able to import it in other files. Great. So since we have a context now, I need to create a block state. And to create a block state, what I will do is I will say const, and then the block state name will be block, and the set function will be set block. And to create a state in React, you can use state hook to create it, and then you have to give a default value while setting up the block. And the default value for this block or this block state will be this empty block structure that we have created. So it will have access of to title, banner, content, tags, everything, but those all will be empty. So you can just pass here block structure, and then this editor functional, whenever it will get rendered, it will create a block state and set this block structure as a default value, so that later on we can just add the values inside this object. Great. So after that, now I have to create the context. So what I will do is I will wrap this blog editor and publish form inside the editor context, and so which means these two lines should come inside the editor context. So you can say editor context, the name of the context, and then you have to say dot provider in order to create the component of the context, so that I can add who can access these contacts. So just cut these two lines and add a curly bracket so that it will allow you to write JavaScript, because we have this condition here which is a JavaScript, and then add it inside the editor context. So since we have this editor context provider over here, whatever component you will add inside this provider, they will have access to the context, and whatever you will pass in this context, they can access it. So what we want to access in the context is the blog and the set block function, so that I can change the values of these title, banner, context from either blog editor or publish form. So that's why I need blog set blog, and then I also need the editor state and set editor state, because from blog editor I want to change the page state to publish form, and then publish form to change the state to the blog editor. So for that I need this set editor and editor state to validate the state of the page. And the reason we are doing it, because we are rendering two different components in same page. That's why I'm doing it. If you don't want to do it, you can just create two different routes, like slash editor and then slash editor slash publish, and then you don't have to worry about this editor state. So now to add here, just give a value, and inside the value you have to just provide what we want in our context. So pass an object and say block, because we need a block. Then we need a set block function, then we need a editor state, and we also need set editor state. So just have these four values over here, and now you can access these four values, these four state, from a blog editor and from publish form. So now let's go back to the blog editor and let me close this AWS. So if I save, you won't see any error, which means it's working. And now I have to access the block state. So how can I do that? Well, we need to destructure the block state here, so that I can access the title and the banner key directly. But before that, how can I import that context? For that, you can say use context hook to use the context, and this is again the React context. And then inside of it you have to pass the name of the context that you want to access, and the name of the context, if I come to the editor page, is editor context. So I'll just type here editor context, and if I press enter over this VS Code suggestion, this will also import it over here, and I got the editor context. Since I have the editor context, now I want to destructure the block, and this editor context has a blog which is an object. So you can say blog and then the object, and what I want to destructure is title from it, banner, content. Basically I want each and every key from this block state to destructure. So I will just do that very quickly. Content, text, description, and this is how you can destructure it. So now I can just directly call title and it will give me the access of title. So what I will do is whenever there is a title change, what I will say is, after the input style, this I will say set blog, and obviously we don't have access to it because I haven't imported it from the context. So I will say set blog over here, and this set blog is this set blog function. So that's why I am calling set block. So now I can call the set block function in order to change the value of this block. So what I will do is set block, and then Inside the set block, what I will do is I will create an object, and here I have to first destructure the block state so that I can have individual access, like I can provide the whole block over here, and then I can change the particular key that I want to change. And how can I do that? For that I have to say triple dot and then block, and this block is the block state, and I don't have access to it because while importing the objects from the context, what I have done here is I have destructured the keys of the block so that I can access title, banner, content directly, but I can't access block because I haven't destructured. So to destructure block, you can say block and then a comma, and it will give you access to, an access to this block. And now if I come over here, this won't give you an error. So what this basically will do is basically this will give you the whole block object, but the reason I am doing this is now after comma I can add any or change any key over here. So I can say title, which is obviously a part of this block, but I can give a value over here and that will just change this whole block object. So the value that I want to change or update or store inside this title is the input dot value, and if I save, this will change the block state with the title of this input value. So if I save and come over here, I can type hello world, and if I expand the window, you won't see anything because the state is changing, but I'm not reflecting back the state. So to do that, what you can do is you can go back to the navbar, and instead of just rendering this new block, what I will do is I will add a curly bracket to write JavaScript, and over here I will add a condition saying title, and this title will give you the access of this block context title. And what I will do is I will say title dot length. If there is a title length, which means we have something in our blog title or blog context, then I will render the title. Otherwise I will render this new block text. So I can just paste that, and if I save it now, I should see, okay, there should be a colon. That's why it was giving error. So if I come over here, you can see the state was hello world. That's why I got hello world over here. If I type anything over here, this is also updating and this is also updating. And if I just remove everything, this is went to new block again. So that's how you can change the state and reflect back the values. So now the block title and the navbar title is working same. I can type here like how to code and how to design, like it is working. Now the other thing that I want is in our blog state or blog context, I have this title and I also have this banner which will store the value of this banner. So let's change or update this blog banner whenever we upload a image. Let's update this banner key value. And how can I do that? For that, just come over inside this if URL condition, and where you are setting the source, just say set blog in order to change the block state. And we will do the same. We will first destructure the block object so that I can have access to all of the block keys. Make sure you add 3 dots at the beginning, otherwise it won't work. And the key that I want to change is the banner, and the value will be the URL. So you can just save that, and well, obviously you won't see anything here. If I click and upload an image, it will say uploaded, and yeah, you won't see anything. So let's see, and let me just console log the block so that you can see that the state is updating. So if I open my console, clear it and refresh, you will see I got a console with the blog object, and everything is over here is empty. If I type here heading 1, you can see the log are updating and I'm getting the blog object. So if I open my blog banner and click over here and upload the image, you will see that now I got one state or object which has a banner with a URL of this image. Now since I got that, what I will do is instead of setting the source of this image to this current dot source, what I will do is I will remove that, and I will have just simply this set blog, and I can come over here in my images, and in the source I can say banner, and I can remove the reference now because I don't need that reference in order to change the value of the banner, and I'll just remove it. So if I save, you will see there is no change, but now if I refresh, you will see that there is an icon, and this is because at start by default the banner is an empty string, and since the source is empty, it won't load any image, but we will fix it later. Let's see that it's working or not. So let me just upload an image quickly, and let's see it is working or not. So it is saying uploading, and once it is uploaded, now you can see without any reference I am able to change the source of the image using the banner state, and I can change the title, and that will reflect over the navbar. So now let's see how can I fix this image error, like whenever there is no image. So to do that, what I will do is I will add one event to this image, and that will be on error. So whenever this image will get any error, this on error event will get triggered, and in that case I will say handle error, and this handle error, obviously I don't have that function, so let me just create that function quickly over here, and I will get the access of event over here so that I can access the image directly. Let me just remove this square bracket. Great. So I can say let image equal e dot target, and then I will get the image. So if I just console.log the image and expand my window and open my console, let me refresh it, and you will see that there is an image source which is like the image tag which is referring to this, and this was logged in because there was an error in order to load the image. Okay, so this means this handle error function is working, and I am getting the access of this image. So now I can just say image dot src equal to default banner that I have imported at the beginning, and I can now remove my reference. So now if I save and refresh, you will see even though I am not directly setting the source to the default banner, I am still getting the default banner because at start by default the banner is an empty string. That's why it is giving an error, and that error is being handled by this handle error function, and that function is just selecting that image and changing the source to the default banner. But again, if I upload any image, this will change the state, and once the state gets changed, it will reflect back over here, so you don't need the reference now in order to preview the image. So great. Now let's move on to the next thing, which is our editor. So let me just collapse this navbar, and now let's work on our next thing, which is the editor. But creating the navbar before, let's create one HR over here, which will be a separator which will separate the block title and the text editor. So for that, just add an HR component and just self close it like this. Let's give it a class name, and the class will be width full to cover the full width. If I refresh, you can see this is a separator. Now I can give its opacity to 10, so it will be only 10% visible. Let's give it a margin of 5, which means 5 unit from top and bottom. If I save and refresh, our separator is looking like this. So yeah, our editor page is pretty much done. Actually, we just need to create our editor page, and then we can start working on our publisher form in order to publish the blog. To add a text editor, what we will do is we will create a div and just give this div an ID, and you can give anything. I'm saying it text editor. Make sure this is without any spaces, and you can give it a class name, I will just change the font family of this div, and that will be font Galazio, like this, and I won't write anything inside this div. So what we will do to create the editor is we will choose a library called editor.js, and I just have to provide that library this ID, and the editor is it that library will create an editor for us in order to write everything. So you don't have to do anything, you just have to provide this simple div ID to that library, which is editor.js, and that will create the editor. So let's see how you can do that. So to do that, what we will do is, first of all, just remove this console log, and then we will use a React hook, which is use effect. So I'll just say use effect, and just add a use effect hook over here like this. So what this use effect do is this runs after the render, and it will run only for once if you have given an empty array as a second argument. But if you pass a variable name or a state name over here, whenever that state or variable data get updated or changed, the use state effect or use effect hook will get run. And since I am just giving it an empty array, this will only run once after the render. And when once the use effect runs, what I want is I want to create the editor. So how can I do that? To create an editor, first make a variable, let's call it editor, and what I will say is I will say new and then editor.js, and this editor.js is obviously the class coming from editor.js library, so you have to import that as well. So editor.js imported from editor.js/editor.js, and you don't have to worry about it because it is already installed in your node module folder. And if you come over in this package.json, you will see we have a bunch of editor.js packages already installed, so you don't have to worry about it. Everything is already done. What you have to do is just call this class, and we need to set some values over here in order to create the editor. So the first thing is holder, and this holder ID is just the reference of the div. So I have to provide the ID of the element over here that I want to convert into an editor, and the ID of the holder or a div is this text editor. So just copy this and paste it over here like this. The second key that you can add is data, like what sort of data you want to add while creating the editor, and the data will be an empty string because we don't want anything at the start of the editor. And the third key you can give is placeholder, and this just simply tells the placeholder, like the blog title that you are seeing here, like that. This is the placeholder for the editor.js, and you can type anything inside it. So I'll just say let's write an awesome story. If I save it, you will see that I got a editor over here. If I refresh it again, you will see I get an editor over here saying let's write an awesome story. And if I click over here, I get a plus icon over here, which has simply the text right here because I don't have anything more. Like, let me expand this window so you can see the text. So if I click on the plus, I will only get the text because I don't have any tools set up for this editor.js for now. But you will see there is one problem, and what is that? Is that's great, I got an editor, but you can see there is another editor over here. And why is that? Well, this is because React render everything two times, and since React is rendering this two times, the editor.js is getting called two times, and editor.js don't track its components, so that's why it's just creating these two editor because of two renders, and I don't find any solution for this. So just to remove the two rendering or dual rendering of the React, you can stop that by just going to main.jsx and commenting out this react.strict mode line. So if you just comment these two lines, it will stop the React from rendering everything two times, and then you won't see the editor two times, but it won't affect the project, because after development, when you build it for the production, obviously the React don't render the things for two times, so you won't see any problems. And you can see it is giving me error because this is now how you're supposed to comment out things in JavaScript. So just let me save it. And now if I come over here and refresh, you will see that I only got one editor, and I can type anything over here because this is a fully functional editor, and every thing or every paragraph over here is a individual block. And if I expand my window, so you can see all the options. So you can see in the editor.js I got this add, which is just what you want to add. Basically we have text over here, we will add the heading and the images right just after this, and we have this dots to either move the block up and down or to delete the block. So now let's just quickly add the tools in order to add or give more functionality to the user in order to add the heading and the images or the code. So how can you do that? To do that, what you have to do is just come over here, and after the data, there is one another key that you can give while creating the editor, and that is tools, obviously. And you just have to provide what sort of tools that you want to render. So I'll just say tool over here, tools, and obviously this will give me error because this tools is not it does not exist. So for that, what we will do is just open your folder view and go to tools.component.jsx, and inside this component we will create our tools component, and then we will export it and we will import it in the editor.js, which will be of name the tool. So what I will do is I will just create the tool component over here, or actually it's not a component, it's an object. At this tool component, let's create a tools object which we will add in the blog editor. So before that, add a comment here saying importing tools, because we need to import the tools, and the editor.js tools are individual packages, and if you come to the package.json file, you will see there is a lot of editor.js packages, and you can see there is a code, editor.js, embed, header, image, inline code, link, like whatever option you want in our editor, everything is a separate package. That's why we have to import it inside our tools so that I can access it inside the object that we will create next. So for that, let me import it quickly. So import first is embed. Import embed from editor from embed, and this embed will just basically allow you to add a YouTube video or any other social media video by just providing the link. And then let's add list from list, and this list will basically allow you to create an unordered list or ordered list, like it will create a list of 1 2 3 or with a bullet points. And then let's import image. Make sure you type it correctly. Image will be capital I, the first letter should be capital, and import the image. And this image will give you the access of image, like you can upload image, or you can just paste the link of the image, or you can just drag and drop the image. Now add an import for header, and this will allow you to create the h1 and h2. The third other thing that we want is quote, and this quote will allow you to add quotes in the editor, and add a marker also. So import marker from marker, and this will just allow you to highlight any text inside this editor. So like if you want to highlight a particular text in the editor, you can select that and then convert it into using the marker, you can highlight it, and in the blog it will reflect that this word is highlighted. and then also import inline code, and which what it will do is this inline code will allow you or give you the access to change the properties of link or text by just selecting them, and it will just give you a pop-up box over there. What do I mean by that? We will see in later, just in some time, so don't worry. Just import these things as it is, just code it like this. So yeah, after done with all these imports, we are done. Now let's quickly create the tools object. So what I will do is I will make a constant variable. I will call it tools and set it equals to an object. Make sure you export it as well, otherwise you won't be able to access it in the external files. And just assign all of these exported things to an individual key. So for the embed, it will be embed with a smaller case, everything in smaller case. And for link, it will be link. For list, it will be list. So if you just do this like this, there is no link actually. Yeah. So if you do things like this, it will just create the object, because we have an embed imported and we are just setting it equals to the embed key that is acceptable by the editor.js. So let me do this quickly, and then we will change some of the settings over here to get more control in our editor. But for now, just let's just get a basic feature. So I will say image, then for header I will add a header, and the other thing will be quote. This will be quote. Make sure the keys are in smaller case. Then a marker with a marker, and the inline code will be an inline code like this. So if I just save it, and since I have exported this tools, now I can import it in my blog editor. So I can say import tools from the tool.component, and if I save, this tools variable does exist, so I should not see any error, and I should get options in our editor. So if I click on here and click on the add, now you can see I got the option to add text, but I also got an option to add list, image, heading, and quote. And what's the other thing that I have added? Well, I got a list, image, header, quote, but I didn't got the marker and the embed. But you don't have to worry about it, because if you just paste a YouTube video link over here, that will create it into an embed. And talking about the marker, if I type here, let's say hello world, but I want to change or highlight this world, I just have to select it and just click on this marker, and this will just highlight that word. And if I just select it, you can see that there is a pop-up appearing, and this pop-up is what is this inline code means, and that's how you change it. And if you want to add a link, you can just click on this link icon in order to add a link. And if you want to change convert it into italic or bold, you can do that. You want to add it a code, you can just say inline code, and it will convert it into a code. So basically we got a lot of options in our editor. Now still I want to change some of the settings in my tools object in order to gain more control in my editor. And what are these? So let's do one by one. So if I come over here and let me add a list, let's say hello and then word. Now if I select anything in my list, you will see that I am not getting that inline box. But why? Like it is by default will not allow you to have an inline box or inline pop-up in the list item, because it don't consider it as text. So I have to make sure or give it in the tools object that I want a inline toolbox for the list also, because maybe you want to bold this text or highlight this text. So in that case, obviously we need the list to be to have that inline code. So how can I do that? So instead of giving the list directly here, just to give it an object, and then give it a class, and this class will have the value of this list that we have imported. So basically doing thing like this or just saying embed equal embed, both are same, because if you just give the embed, it will assume that it's a class, and if you don't, if you give the object, you have to mention the imported package as a class. The second thing that I want is I want to say inline tool bar, and I have to say it true. So by setting the inline toolbar true, I'm just saying that yes, I want a toolbar for this list. So if I just refresh and make a list, let me just create a list over here, hello world, and if I select the word, you can see now I am getting a toolbox, a toolbar. And if I come over here, I can convert this from text to heading. So after that, what I want is I want to change the image as well, but we will talk about images later because we have to handle the uploading of the image separately. Editor.js don't do that, so we will come to this image later, don't worry about it. But let's talk about the header. So let me just remove it, and now let's add a header. So I can add a heading, I can say heading 1, and if I just copy select it, well, first you can't see the inline toolbox, and the second thing is we don't want an inline toolbox, but you will see that we only have one heading. We don't have like h1, h2, h3, h4, h5. We don't have that. We only have a heading, which is one heading. And obviously in the blog you might need one heading, or like you might need more than one different type of heading to show different sections of the page block. So for that, what I will do, I will just provide two levels of heading here, like the h2 and the h3. And to do that, what I can do is, again, instead of giving the header exactly like this, just give it a class and give the header over there, and then we can give its config, which will be the settings for this. Is like, first I can say placeholder. So placeholder will be, so like if you add a heading, it will give you a placeholder to type anything over there. So I can say type heading, and this will add a placeholder to the heading text field. And then I can say levels in order to create the levels, and the levels that I want is 2 and 3, which means I want h2 and h3. And by default the level that I want is 2. Basically I want it to be the h2 by default, but if you want to change the heading level, you can change it to h3 also. So if I just refresh it, and if I come and click on the heading, now you will see that if I don't focus on the heading, you will see type heading, but if I click on the type heading, it is, the placeholder is gone, and now I can type anything in my heading. And if I select it, well, you don't have to select it, you have to just click on this click tune, and now you will see option of h2 and h3 as heading 3. If you click heading 3, it will just make this heading a little bit smaller and less bold. So that's how you can create 2 levels or 3 levels for the header. Now let's just quickly work on this code as well. So let's change this object to a class, and give this class code, because obviously we want it to be code, and we just want that I should get an inline toolbar for this. So just copy this inline toolbar from the list and just paste it over here, and that will work. And other than that, I don't need anything over here. I just need to work on this image. So let's see first how this image thing works. So let me just shrink down the, let me open this in full view, and let me just quickly get one image. So if I come over here, let me copy this image address, and if I paste right here and press enter, well, nothing happened, which means I can't add the image like this. And if I come over here and say image, you can see it is giving me an option to say select an image. Well, basically you can add an image by the link, but it's not working because the image address of this image is not correct, I guess. you can see it is saying couldn't upload image, please try again, because we need to make our own uploading backpoint in order for this editor.js to work. Because what it is doing is when you are providing it a link or uploading any image file, what it is doing, it need to send that image somewhere in order to store that, and we don't have anything set up like that, so it is not able to upload that image in order to render over here. So how can you do that? Instead of saying image equals image, just make an object and give the image in the class, and then we will change its config. So the config is first is the uploader, and this uploader handles the uploading backpoints. So I'm saying if the upload by URL. So if you just paste the image URL over here, how should it upload the image is basically what this key is for. And the second key we have is upload by file. So like if you want to select any particular file from your desktop or your laptop, how you can do that, or where it has to upload that file, is basically this key means. Now I have to give over here two functions which will handle the uploading of the file. So let's create those functions. So let's create the upload by URL first, and to that do that, make another function over here. Let's call it upload image by URL. Let me spell it correctly, upload image by URL, and this will take the event. Okay, so just copy this class name and paste it over here. So whenever you will paste an image link, it will call this upload image by URL function, and it will just provide you the link of the image to upload the image to the server. So how you can do that? For that, make a variable, say let link equal new promise, to create a new promise, and that promise either will get resolved or it will get reject. So add those two parameters here and run the function. So you will say try to resolve the event that we get once we get the image from the uploading. But if we get any error, we will reject it by throwing an error. We just have to say thing like this. Actually, like this, because it is giving you the error. So what I have done here quickly is I'm saying that once you get the call the function, it will create a link which is equals to this promise, and this promise is basically doing that it is getting the event which is the URL of the link that image you have pasted. So this promise is just resolving that link, and if once it get done, it won't show you error, but if it gets any error, it will just throw you the error. So it's just creating a promise. So basically what I will do is I will just want to return that link, and this link is a promise, so I will say link dot then, and since it's a promise, I can use then in order to access the resolved value, and I will just get the URL from here, and I will say that return with a success key of 1 and a file, and this file will just contain the URL, and that way you will be able to upload the image through the URL. Well, you don't have to worry about this if you didn't got this or didn't understand it, because this is a specific thing which is mentioned in the documentation of editor.js, that this is how it should done. So you don't have to like memorize it or understand it. It's you can just code it like this and it will work. You don't have to worry about it, because whenever you work on project something like this, you always take a look on the docs, and most part docs give you the explanation of how these things are working, so you don't have to worry about those things. So now let's see whether or not it's working. So if I copy the image address now and and come over here and paste it. Now you can see it is getting that loading animation, and now I am able to get the image through the image link. So our upload image by URL is working. Now let's see how we can upload the image through the select file method. So for that, make sure you uncomment this upload by file. In the upload by file, you have to give the function that it's need to run whenever there is a file upload. So I will just say uh, upload image by file, and I will make this function, because I don't have that over here, like this. So what it will do, like this function, whenever you will run it, what I will do is we will do the same thing that we did for the blog banner. We will first make request to our server, and we will get an AWS link, and then we will make a request to that AWS link by the image that the user have uploaded, and you can access that image over here by saying E, and that this event will give you the access of that uploaded image. So you don't have to do that target.files that we did for the blog banner, because the editor.js will just simply give you the image. So how you can make request to the server? For that, we have a function in the AWS JSX file, and that is upload image. So first let's import that. So import upload image from this AWS, and we will use this function in order to upload this file. So I will say upload image, which is this AWS function, and I will just pass this E, which is the image. And then since it was an asynchronous, if I open this upload image function, you can see it's an asynchronous, so it will take some time in order to get resolved. So whenever it gets resolved, we can catch that using this then block, and once it gets resolved, this upload image is basically returning you the URL. So you can catch that in the then block by saying URL. So we will say if there is any URL, because remember this upload image can return you this null if this gets failed. So in that case, we don't want to get inside this. So if the URL is correct, then what I will want is I want to return again a success of 1, which means everything went well, and a file with the URL that we just get from the AWS. So if I save it and upload any image using the editor, like if I select an image, you can see there I got this loader, but I am getting an error saying couldn't upload image, please try again, which means I have messed up somewhere. So let's see why it is not working. Actually, to fix that error, what you have to do is where you are returning this, you also have to return this promise, because the editor.js takes the promise. So you can see that in the upload image by URL, what we are returning is this promise. So same exactly, we need to return the upload image promise to the editor.js, so that editor.js knows that now the image gets resolved and it is uploaded. So then it can show that image over here. So make sure you add a return in front of upload image in order to return that promise to that editor.js. And now if I come to my editor and upload an image, let me select an image from here, I should see the image uploaded. Yes, you can see the image is uploaded, and I am getting a field for the caption to write the caption. So basically the editor is done. We can add the image, and we can actually change the settings of it. We can change it like with border and not, stretch the image with background or not, and like everything. I can delete it even. So our editor is done, our blog title is done, our blog banner is done. One more thing we have to do before going to the publish form is we need to create a text editor state also in order to track our text editor. Because if we go, like while I was creating the project, if we go from one page to another, like if I am on the editor and if I go to some other page and just come back, I wasn't able to get the editor because it wasn't tracking it. So to just track the editor, we need that state, and let's create that state as a context so that I can access that state in my editor and in my published form. So for that, just make another state over here. Let's call it text editor, and the set function will be set text editor, the use state, and this will create a state. And the by default value I want is ready, and is ready is a key that accept that this editor JS knows, like uh, editor JS has a is ready key inside their object, inside their class, which they use to validate like we have a editor ready to type or not. So by default that it ready will be false, and we will check this is ready is true or not in our use effect before creating the editor, so that it won't create more than one editor. So just save that and copy and paste these text editor and set text editor state inside the value so that I can access this state in my blog editor and in my publish form. So let's import that over here, saying text editor add text editor and set text editor. So now we can access it inside this editor component page. So what we want to do is, instead of saying let editor equal new, what I can say is set text editor in order to change the editor state, and this editor state will be equals to whatever this class is. So then we won't have the is ready equal false, and then it won't create multiple editor JS. That's why I'm setting the text editor to this editor class. So now since I've got the text editor state, well, you won't see any changes because we have resolved the error before seeing it, so you won't see anything. And now let's just create this publish form button. So just come to this publish button in the code, which will you can find inside this Navbar, and let me just add a on click to this, and then I can say handle publish event. Just copy it and let's create a function over here. And now let's code this handle publish event function in order to change the state from editor to publish form, and in that state we will create the publish form. So whenever we will call this handle publish event, what we want to do is we want to first validate our form data before changing the state to publish, because if a user haven't uploaded any banner or the title or haven't written anything in the blog, then I would not want the user to publish the blog, right? So for that we have to first validate that we have some sort of data over here, then only we will allow the user to change the state to publish, where the user can fill the SEO stuffs and publish the blog. So for that, what I will do is I will add a if condition, and to check whether or not the data is in the form, we can use these state values, because whenever you are updating the banner or the title, these states are also updating, so we can get the value of the latest blog banner or the title through these states. So we can just validate these states before proceeding or changing to the state to publish. So I'll type here first that banner.length, which will check that do we have any length in the banner, which means is banner is empty or not. So we want to check if it is empty. For that, just add exclamation, and this will only run whenever the banner length is equals to 0, which means it's an empty string and there is no URL. So in that case, what I want is I want to first return from this function, and I don't want to proceed any further. And what I will return is a toast dot error, and I will show a error to the user, and I will say upload a blog banner to publish it. So if I save it and I haven't uploaded any banner yet, so if I click on publish, I should see that alert. So if I click publish, you can see I got an alert saying upload a banner before to publish it. Let me correct the spelling and save it. So after that, the other thing that I want to validate is whether or not I have blog title. So for that, what I will do is I will say title dot length, and it will give me the length of the title. And if it has 0, which means it is empty, then I would like to go inside this condition. So to convert the 0, which is false, into true, just add exclamation. And if we don't have any title in our blog, I will just return from this function, and I will return a toast with an error which will just say write blog title to publish it. So if I save, I should not see any error. Let me refresh it because I'm getting these two editors. This is happening because of React rendering twice. So you don't have to worry about it. Just refresh and it will get fixed. Okay, so now I don't have a banner. So if I click publish, it will give me error saying upload a blog banner in order to publish it. Let me upload a banner and let's see it's working or not. So I have uploaded this banner. And now if I click on publish, I got an alert saying write blog title in order to publish it. Okay, so let's write a blog title. I will say title of the blog. And now if I click on publish, you can see I didn't got any alert, which means since I have this title and the blog banner, I'm not getting inside of these conditions and everything is working fine. That's great. So once we have checked our banner and the title length, the third thing that I want to check is whether or not I have this editor in my page, because if I refresh, you will see that it takes some time in order to create the editor. You can see there is a delay between this title and this editor. If I refresh, you can see. So maybe it might take more time or for some user, and in that case, if user presses publish, we don't want it to go to the publish page, right? So for that, I will check whether or not I have this editor already in the page. So how can I do that? I will add a condition and I will say that text editor, which is, if you don't remember, it's a state that we have created in the editors page, and its by default value is ready, which is false. So if we haven't created any text editor, or the editor just haven't created any text editor, the by default value of this text editor will be is ready key with a value of false. So we can check this value that either this is false or not, because once the text editor JS creates the text editor, it directly changes this is ready key to true. So we can check this key value in order to validate we have the editor or not. So I can say text editor dot is ready. So this means if the text editor is ready, which means we have the editor in the page, then only I will go inside this condition where I will change the state of the page. So what I will do, I will say text editor, and this will give me the access of that editor. And then to save the data from the editor JS editor and to convert it into an array, we do something like this. We say text editor, which is the editor, and then dot save method in order to save the content inside of it. And then since this dot save is a promise, we can catch the response using dot then block. And here I can say data, or you can call anything. Here it's just the data or the content of the blog, and I can just write here like console.log me the data to see what sort of data I'm actually getting. So let me open my console and let me refresh it, and let me clear the console. Okay, so let me also comment these conditions so that I don't have to upload and add title every time whenever we will check this. Okay, so let me refresh it again and click publish, and you can see I got something logged in my console, and it is saying that I have a blocks with an empty array. I got a time of in how many times this got converted into an array, and I got a version which we don't need. So let's type here hello, and then in the next line, let's type world, and now let's click publish, and now you will see that I got another object with a block, and this time this block has two items in it. The first is this which contain a text hello, and the second is this which contain a data with a text key world, which means whenever you type here, that will add as a blocks inside this array, right? So we need to check that whether or not the data blocks key has any item in it or not. So if we don't have any item, which means at the first, like you can see, there is an empty array. So if we have an empty array, then we will alert the user that you should type anything in order to publish it, right? And once we have an item in our array, then we will change the state to publish. So let's do that. Let me open a So instead of console logging the data, I can say if data dot blocks, which gives us the blocks array dot length. So this will basically return you the array's length. So if we have an empty array, so the length will be 0, and if we have like a array with 2 items in it, then the length will be 2. So this basically means that. So if this condition is true, it means that we have something in our array, in an array. So in that case, what I will do, I will say set block in order to change the state, because remember I have to update this content as well before changing the state. Otherwise I won't be able to access this written blog in while publishing the blog. So I have to update this content. So what I will do is I will again call this set block function in order to update the block state, and in that I will pass an object. I will destructure the block, and the key that I want to update is content key, and I will just assign it equals to the data we have. So we will store whatever the editor JS gives us, everything we store in this content state. And the second thing that I want is I want to change the editor state. So I will say set editor state, and I don't have access to this state, because if you come over here, we have this editor state in our editor.pages, which has the default value editor, and we already have given this inside this provider value, which means I have to destructure it over inside this blog editor component page in order to use it. So how can I do that? First, let me enable my word wrap again, and after the set text editor, I can just say set editor state, and this will destructure it from the editor page. And now I can call this function easily, and the state that I want to update is publish. So now whenever there is a length in blocks, like wherever we have any item in blocks array and we will click on publish, it will change the state to publish. And if we don't have anything in our blocks array, which means this editor is empty, then in that case I will return a toast with an error, and I will just alert the user with write something. Let me correct it, spell it correctly. Write something in your blog to publish it, save it, and also since we are using .then, add a catch block in order to catch any error if we get. So just get the error, and I will just console log the error, because if we get any error we will see in console. And also let me uncomment these validations so that we can see whether or not it is working. So if I refresh my page now, if I click on publish, this will say upload a banner. Let's upload a banner. And now if I click on publish, this will say write blog title to publish it. Okay, so let me write a blog title. I will say title 1. That's great. Now if I click on publish, and remember there is no content inside this editor.js. If I click publish, you will see I got an error saying write something in your blog to publish it, which means that this validation is also working. You have to write something before publishing the blog. So if I type here, let's say hello and then world and then click on publish, now you can see the page state is changed to publish. And how I know? Because it's showing me published from component.jsx file. And if I go to my editor page, you can see that if the editor state is not editor, it will render me publish form, and this publish form basically is returning this text that we are getting over here. So basically the state is changed, and now we have to work on our publish form where we will ask the user to give us a description and tags that we can use in search, and then we will publish the blog. So let's do that. Okay, so in this publish form component, instead of returning this h1, now let's make our form and let's render that over here. So what I will do is I will first make an animation wrapper. And again, if you don't remember, this animation wrapper is for adding that fade in effect in all the components. So inside this animation wrapper, let's create a section, and this section will contain our form and our alert toaster, which we can show while validating the form. So let me create that toaster also like this. And since I'm importing this toaster, let me also import the toast as well. That's great. So after that, what I want in our form, in my form, first of all, I want a close button over here so that I can click on that and go back to my editor state where I can write the blog again. So for that, what I will do is I will create a button, and inside this button I will add the close icon. So for that, again, just go to your website and search for flat icon, because we are using icon from this site in our project. So go to this flat icon and search for X, and this will give you a bunch of icons. So I will use this one. Open that and you will see that this is FIPR cross, and I will use this icon. You can use any icon that you want. Just copy it and paste over here inside this button and change the class to class name. Just save it and I should see the icon. Yeah, I got the icon. Now I need to style this a bit. Give it some classes. So add a class name, and the class we will give is, first of all, we will give a fixed width and height to this button. So let's give width 12 units and height 12 units, and then change its position to absolute so that we can place it over on the top right corner. So let's say its right value to be 5 vertical viewport width, and let's set it next to 10 so that this button will come over everything, so that whenever we will have the preview and the form in this page, it will this button will come above those things. And then set its top value to 5%, so it will be 5% away from top. Let me enable the word wrap, and then in the larger screens set its top value to 10% instead of 5%. So if I say you should see the cross button over here, but if I expand the window and go to larger screens, then the X button is over here. So this style is good. And now let's add the on click event to this button, so that whenever we click on this button, we can change the state back to the editor state. So add a on click, and whenever we will click on it, run this function, which will be handle close event. And of course we don't have it, so copy this, and before this return, let's create this function. So whenever we will call this handle close event, we need to change the state. And in order to change the state, what we need is we need this set edit state, which is you can find that we have this inside our editor context provider. So that we have to use the context. So make a variable over here, and we will destructure it later to import the set address state function. But now use context hook in order to use the hook, and the hook that we want to use is the editor context. And now the function that we want to destructure from the editor context is the set editor state. So just type that here, and now you can call this set edit state function in order to change the state. So whenever we will click on this handle close event, what I want is to change the state back to the editor. So just type here editor and save it. And if I refresh the page, well, if I refresh the page, I will see the editor. because it will reset the state back to the editor. So I have to like upload the image and the title in order to go to the publish page. So let me upload a banner, and let me write a title. Let's say it hello world to give it some content. And now if I click on publish, I will get this publish form. And if I click on this button, I should go back to the editor page, like the editor form. So if I click on over here, you can see now I am in this page where I have this uploaded banner, but I don't have the title and the content that I wrote before. Because if I again type here title, and let's say I say hello world, and then if I publish, I will get the publish form. But if I close it, you can see I'm not getting the title, and neither I'm getting the set state. So why is that? First of all, this is working because if I come back to my blog editor page and go to my HTML, you can see by default I am setting this image source to this banner. So that's why it is working. And the second thing is, these two are not working because we are not setting their by default values. So in the text area, to set its by default value, we have to use a value prop over here, and to use or to set a particular value to the input in React, instead of using the value attribute, you have to use default value in order to change the value of the input. And here I will just say title. So by default, the default value of this text area will be title. So if I save and refresh, you can see that now I got the title. Well, you are getting this, you can see I'm getting this to edit again. So let me just refresh it. Let me upload the image again, change the title, let's say title 2, and let's write here hello world, and let's go back to the publish and come back over to the blog page. And now you can see now I am getting the banner image and the title, but again I'm not getting the content that I wrote. So how can I do that? So to fix this, let's go to this use effect where I am setting this editor by just calling this editor.js class. So now remember that we have this data key which tells what sort of data I need or I want to give in order to set this editor. And by default we are just saying just to create an editor without any data in it. But what I will say here is I will say content, because by default the content will be an empty string. If I come to my editor page, you will see that in the block structure by default the content is an empty array. Actually this data takes an array. So by default the content will be an empty array, but if we have something in our state, then this content will be filled with the blocks, and that blocks will consider editor.js as a data, and it will create those blocks for you in the editor while creating the editor. So if I refresh and upload the images again in order to see whether it's not working or not. So let me add a title, let's say it hello world, and let's change the state to publish, and let's go back to the editor state. And now you can see it took some time, but in the editor I got the text that I wrote while going to the publish form. So if I click on the publish form again and come back to the editor state, I'm still getting the data that I entered before, and that's great. So now let's go to the form and let's work on the form. So open the publish form tool, and after this close button, what we need is we need a preview where we will have a blog banner over here with a title and a blog description. So for that, make a div, and this div will contain a paragraph, and this paragraph will say preview, just to tell the user that this is the preview of the blog. And let's give it a class name. Let's say text to be a dark gray, and let's give a margin bottom of 1. Great. Now make another div, and this div will contain the image which will be the blog banner image. So add a image or add an image inside of it. In the source we have to provide the image source, and here I can say that the source will be banner, which is the banner state which contains the URL of the image, but we don't have access to that because I haven't destructured it here. So let's destructure that. So the banner is inside the blog object, so I will say blog, and then I will make this object and I will get the banner out of it. So other than banner we need title, tags and description as well. So let me type those as well because we will need these four keys later in this form. So if I save this, I should see an image with the banner. Great. Now you can see I got this X button, but I am still getting this preview text with the image, which is the banner image, and that's great. So now let's style these. So let's give this div a class name. So let's say width to be full, and the aspect will be video. Uh, give a rounded class to make a border radius a little bit round. It should be rounded LG for more roundness, and give its overflow to hidden. So if the image overflows, it will hide it, and give it a background gray, and give it a margin top of 4. So if I save, this is how the banner looks now. And now let's style this div because it is coming very at the top. I want it to be in center, and whenever we will make the form, this will go on the top side. So let's give this div also some classes. Let's say that maximum width of this preview container will be 550 pixels. I don't want this preview to go over 550 pixels, and I will just say center, and this center is custom class that is inside the index.css. And let's see actually what this class do. So let's go to the index.css and let me search for center, not over here, over here. And you can see in the center class we have block, which will give the display block, and mx auto, which will just make the object perfectly in centered from left and right. So basically this center class do that. So which means this preview will come in the center. If I refresh, well, I got to the editor state. Actually, let me for now remove these validation so that whenever I refresh, I don't have to upload the banner again and again. So let me just remove these conditions. We will have these condition later, so don't worry. Okay, so let me refresh it now, and now if I click on publish, I will go over here, and since I don't have any banner you can see that I got no image, and that's fine. You don't have to worry about it because we will uncomment the validations later. So after this, what I want is I want an h1 for the block title. So I will add a h1 with a class name, and we will add some classes later. But what it will have, it will just show the title state, whatever we have in the title state. And if I save, you won't see anything because we don't have anything in the title. So let me just fill this form again really quickly. Let me say title 1 and hello world, and let me publish it. So now you can see that there is a title 1, which is the title state coming. And now let's give it some style. So the h1 will be of text for Excel to make it bigger. The font weight will be font medium, not so bold. Give it a margin top of 2 units, and say it's leading to tight, so it will have a tight line spacing, and also a line clamp 1, so that if the title overflows, it will add 3 dots at the end, but it won't go on second line. It will only have in one line. And actually add 2 because we want that we should see title in 2 lines, not more than 2 lines. So what do I mean actually by this line clamp? Like if I type anything over here, let's say long string, and if I go to publish, you can see I only went to this 2 lines, and now I'm not getting other part of the title. So that is just this line clamp is doing. So let me change the title again, and now let's see this over here. Right. So after this h1, I want a paragraph which will be a short description paragraph. So for that, add a p, and in the content add a dis, which is this description state that is coming straight from this blog object. because in the blog object we have this description key to store the short description of the blog. And let's give it a class name. Let's say the font should be Calesio, and the line clamp will be 2, so we don't want more than 2 lines, and the text will be of XL size, and the leading will be 7, so the line height will be of 7 units, and margin top will be 4. So save it. We don't have anything in the description, so you won't see it, don't worry. We will see this preview later when we will create the form and update the description and title directly from the form. So let's work on that form. So make a div over here, and this will be the form. Give this div a class name. Actually, we will give some styles later. Inside this div, add a paragraph, and this paragraph will be just saying block title, and after that we will have an input for our block title. So I will say type will be text, placeholder type will be text, the placeholder for this input will be block title, and I will say that default value for this input will be the title state, so that we will have the title already inside this input, but we can change the title of the blog from this form if I want. Okay, so if I save this, now I should see an input box. You can see I got an input box, and its default value is this title one, and I can delete it. It won't affect the state because I haven't tell it to do so. Okay, so let's style this a bit. So first of all, let's give this div some classes. Let's say border to be of gray color, and in LG screens, larger screens, the border will be 1, and let's give that on larger screens the padding left will be 8. Well, we have to give some classes to this section as well in order to make this image which is this preview and the input forms side by side on the larger screens. So let's do that. In this section, just add some class names, and the classes that we will give is, we will say that first of all cover the screen, so we will say width the screen, and the minimum height of this section will be the screen, and then I will say that you will be of a display grid, and the items will be in center, so they will come in the center. And on the larger screens, the grid calls will go to 2. So give a class larger screens. Grid calls 2 will just create 2 columns for the grid, which means that this and this will come side by side, the form and the preview of the blog. And after that, say padding y to be 16, so it will have a 16 unit padding from top and bottom. And if I say, you can see this is how it looks. And on the larger screens, change the gap to 4 and just save it. So if I expand the window and go to the larger screen, now you can see that the preview is coming over here and the form is coming over here. But if I go to the smaller screens, the preview is coming at the top and this is coming at the bottom. Okay, so now let's work on the form again. So let's style this input a little bit. Let's give it some classes. Let's say it input box, and this input box again is a custom class inside our index.css, which has all the classes related to this input in order to style that. Just give a padding left of 4 for this input box, and if I say, I should see a input box over here with some styles. As you can see, that's great. I guess I should style this paragraph also. So let's add a class name over here, and let's say the text to be darker gray color, text dark gray, and let's give a margin bottom of 2 units and a margin top of 9 units. Save it, and this is how this looks. Great. Now copy this again. We will do the same for our description. So do this, and instead of saying blog title, I will say short description about your blog. Just save that, and I will get this over here. That's great. Now instead of rendering this input, I will render a text area. But before rendering that text area, let's see how I can update the value of this title with this input box, because if I type over here anything, I want to change the blog title, right? So if I want to change the title to title 2 from title 1, I can do that over here, and I want to update that state. So for that, what you can do is in this input, add a on change event, and you can call any function over here. Let's call handle by handle a block title change. Copy this because we don't have this function, so we will create it, make a constant functional, and inside this function what I will do is I have to first get the value of this input. So I can do that by saying e, so I can get the event, and then I will say let input equal e dot target so that I can get the input. And now I can set the or update the value of this state by calling the set block method. So I can say set block function, and we don't have the set block because I have to destructure it over here. So I can add a comma and say set block, and this will give me the access of block. But I also need block as well in order to destructure the block while setting it over here. Like when we set the set block, I have to first destructure whatever we have inside the block, and then I have to update the title with the input dot value that we have. Oh, okay, so for that, destructure the block as well. And now if I save, this should work. So if I come over here, the default value of this input is title 1, but if I want to change the 1 to 2, I can do that by coming over here and changing the 1 to 2, and you can see that it is reflecting back over here. And if I also close this and go to my editor state, you will see that the title of the blog is changed. Like here it is 2. If I change it to 3 and go to publish, you will see I will get 3 over here, and if I change it to 4, I will get 4 over here over in the preview, and I will get it in the editor state as well. So that's how you can update the blog title state. Now let's work on our description, which for that we will create a text area. So make a text area for that, and what I will do is first of all I will define its max length, and the max length will be of 200 characters. So for that I will make a variable which I will call character limit, and I will define it over here, and this will hold the numerical value of what sort of limit I want. Well, I want to add 200 character limit in my short description because I don't want it to be too big. And the second attribute that we want to give is the default value, and the default value will be the description. So if we change the description, I want the default value for this text area to be description, as we did for the title over here. And if I just save, I should see a text area over here. You can see there is a text area and there is this arrow. So we need to style this text area also, so let's do that. So let's give it some class name. The height will be 40 units. To remove that arrow icon, give resize none class and change its leading to 7 to have a line height of 7 units, and then give it input box class, which is again the custom class inside the index.css, and give a padding left of 4 units. If I save, this is how the text area is looking, and I can update my description. I can update my title. Now I want that whenever I type over here, I want to update my description state, and whenever I update my description state, I will see the description over here because I have a paragraph after this h1 which has this description inside it. So how can I update that? We will do the same thing that we did for this input in order to change the state of the description. So for that, just add a on change event to this text area. Say handle blog description change. Just copy this and make a very function. This function again will take an event so that I can get the input. So I will say let input equal e dot target so that I can access the input value. And now I can say set blog in order to update the blog state. And first of all, I will destructure the blog, and the data that I want to update is the description key, and the value of the description key will be input dot value. If I save and type anything, it should update the description inside that block state, and I should see the description over here. So if I say this is a short description, you can see this is also updating. And if I erase everything, you will see that this is updating whatever I'm typing in the text area. And we have a word limit, or you can say a character limit of 200. So I want to display that character limit over here. So like whenever a user types, this will update the number and tell that you can write this much characters more. So for that, after this text area, what we will do is I will create a paragraph, and let's give this curly bracket because I will write JavaScript over here, and the JavaScript will be the character limit. The character limit is this, which contains 200, which is the max length of this text area. So obviously the character limit will always be greater than whatever the user has typed inside it. So the character limit and should minus, and then character limit minus the description state dot length. So whatever we have inside our description, dot length will give its length, and we will subtract that from the character limit, which is 200. So it will give us this character limit. And after that, I will say characters left after the curly bracket because this is outside JavaScript. So save that, and I should see, you can see it is saying 193 characters left. And if I type anything, you can see this characters are decreasing, and if I erase everything, this character is changing with the change in the text area. So now let's style this. To style the paragraph, let's give it some classes. And the classes that I will give is, first of all, it will have a margin top of 1 unit, and then the text will be dark gray, and the text will be of small size, and the text will go on the right side. Instead of coming in the left side, I will say align on the right side. So this is how it looks. That's great. So after the blog title and a description, let me write some description here. So I will say this is a short description. Next thing in this form we have is tags, so that we can add some tags in our form or the blog that we can use in order to search the blog from the search page. But before adding that tag input inside this form, let's add one more function inside this short description, one more event that will just check whether or not the user has pressed enter key, because I don't want the enter in my description. I want to reject that enter stroke, and we will do the same thing that we did for the title in the blog editor component. So you can just come over here and copy this handle key title key down function and paste it inside this publish form component like this. Just copy this class name, function name, and in the text area after this on change, you can say on key down equal, just call this function and save it. So now if you try to press enter in the text area, it will reject that enter and you won't be able to go to the new line. So that's it. Now let's make our tags input box. For that, first of all, let me add a paragraph that will explain what the below input is for. And I will say that topics dash, you can type anything that I want, you want. It will behave like a placeholder. So I'll just explain this topics like help in searching and ranking your blog post like this. And let's give it the same classes that we gave for this short description placeholder or this title placeholder. And if I save, I should see that over here. That's great. Let me expand the window size so that you can see that this is how this looks in larger screens. This is how our publisher form looks, and in mobile screens, in the small screens, this is how our publish form looks. Now let's add the tags input box. For that, what we will do is we will create a div, add this div a class name as a prop, and we will say a relative position, and give it a class of input box so that this div will be an input and of will have a classes of input box, and give it some padding from left, which will be 2, and the padding from y will be 2 units as well, and the padding from bottom will be 4. Save it, and this is how this div is looking, just a gray background with some paddings. So inside this div we will have an input box where the user can type any tag, and whenever the user presses either the comma key or the enter key, we will add whatever written inside the input as a tag below the input box to show that it is added as a tag, and later on we will add some events in the tag so that a user can edit those tags by just clicking on it, and delete the tags by just clicking on it. So let's make the input first. For that, make an input, and just set its type to text, say its placeholder to actually placeholder after the quotes because it's a prop, so placeholder to topics, and add a class name which we will add or see later, add later, and yeah, so this is how the input looks. Now what sort of styles we can add? First of all, add a sticky class. We want it to be of sticky position, and give it a class of input box, and change the background to background white instead of this grayish color. So after bg white class, what we can do is give a top 0 class and a left 0 class, so it will come in the top and left side of this div, and then give it a padding of 4 from left, and margin bottom will be 3, so it will have some bottom margin as well. So this is how this looks. After this input, inside this div, what I will have is like whenever you type anything over here, after that I want to have tags come below this input. Actually you are if you can see that the input box color is turning into a gray, so let's fix that by adding a focus class to it. So say focus pg white, so whenever we focus on this input, it will remain of white background. That's great. So now we need input tags, like we need tags below this input. So for that, what we will do is we won't create those tags over here, but I will render those tags using this tag component, and we don't have this tag component right now. So let's open this folder view, and inside this component you will find we have tags.components.jsx file. Just open that and create a component of functional component over here. So let's call this tag, and this tag just for now will return whatever you will pass as a tag. So I will add a tag prop over here, and this for now will return an h1 with that prop tag like this, and make sure you export this tag as well as a default component. So this is the functional component. Now let's import this tag inside this publish form. So let me rewrite it again, and now I have to give it a tag prop. So I will say tag, and for now I will say testing tag, and if I save, I should see a tag, but well, I got redirected to here. Let me upload a banner title. Let's say it's title 1. Let's write it hello and word. Let me publish it, and now you can see that I got this preview, I got this blog title, short description, and now after this topic, I am getting this testing tag, which means this tag component is working. Now we have to make it look like a tag. And for that, we will work on this tag.component.jsx file. So instead of rendering the h1, what I will do is I will render a div inside it, and I will give a class name over here. We will give some classes, but later on. So add a p over here, and uh, this p will just have the tag that we get from the prop. And yeah, let's style it. So if I save, you won't see any changes. So let's style this div. So give it a relative position, add a padding of 2 from all 4 directions, and a margin top of 2. Margin right will be 2, and the padding from x direction, like the left and right, will be of 5 units. If I save, now you will see some of the padding and margins. Give it a background of white. If I save, I should see a white background. That's great. Now give it a rounded full, so it will have a full border radius. Let me enable the word wrap. Great. And after it, say to have an inline block display. So I will give this inline block so that I can have more than one tag side by side instead of covering this entire width. So if I save it, I should see it like this. Great. And after the inline block, whenever I will hover over these tags, I want the background opacity to reduce by 50%. So I want whenever I hover it, the background white will have an opacity of 50%. And let's add a padding of right 8 unit, because we will add a close button, or you can see the X icon on the right side where you can click it to delete the tag. Great. So if I save, this is how our tag looks. This is how it looks. So now let's style this p element. So I will give some class names to it. The class will be outline none. And yeah, I guess this much is good. Why I have given outline none is because if I give it like I want, whenever you click on this tag, you can edit this input. Now how you can edit this input? For that, we can say content editable, and we can say it to be true. So if I save that, I should be able to write it. You can see now I got a cursor in my paragraph, and I can change any values. And that's why I have given this outline none, because if I remove that and save it and try to focus over here, you will see that there I'm getting a purple outline around my paragraph, but I don't want to see this rectangular outline. That's why I have given this outline none, and this content editable should be true, right? Now after this paragraph, we will have a X icon in this tag component where the user can click to delete the tag. So let's add that. So add a button, and add inside it the X icon, and for that I will just copy this icon again and paste the code over here, change the class name, class to class name attribute, and let's add more classes to it. Let's say the text to be of Excel size, and the pointer events to none. So this won't interact. We will interact with the button, but we won't interact with the icon. And let's give the button some classes. So I will say class name, and the class name will be margin top. I will say 2 pixels from margin top. Let me refresh and see how it looks. So this is how this looks. Okay, and I will say that you should have a full round corner. So I will say rounded full, and it will be of absolute position. It will go on the right 2, and the top will be half, so that I can align it perfectly in the vertically. So for that, I have to give negative translate of y half, and this will add a negative 50% from top translate y. And yeah, if I save it, this is how this looks. Well, actually I guess the icon is too big, so actually I should say text sm, or actually Yeah, SM. Let me just increase the padding from right. So let me say padding 10 and let me change the right to 3 or something like that. Yeah, I guess now the tag is looking good, and I have this X button. If I click on it, I want to delete this tag, and this is good. Now, before working on this tag, let's make this topic working, so that whenever the user type anything and presses enter or comma, we will render that tag over here, and then we will work on the tag in order to make it editable and deletable. So for that, let's go back to the publish form, and instead of rendering the tag like this, what I will do is I will render a uh, I will create an bracket, and inside it I will write JavaScript. So what I want to render here, I will say tags dot map. Well, if you come at the top, you will see that I am destructuring these tags from the blog. And if I go to my editor page, you will see that the blog has this tag and that is an array. So technically, since it's an array, I can map through it. And if I when I map through it, I will loop through each item, and once I get those items, I will render those items as individual tags. So for that, I am using this tags.map, and when I am looping inside this tag array, I will get the tag and I will get the index of it. So once we get that, what I will do is I will render the tag component with the tag prop, which will have a value tag, and it will have a key prop with I or the index as a value, because whenever you loop in React, make sure you give the key as well in order to render the tag. Yeah, now save it, and if I type anything, well, you won't see any changes because the tags array is empty, and we are not updating this tags array um, while we are pressing enter or anything in this input. So to do that, I have to add a event inside this input, which will be a on key down, which will check for the enter or the comma key. So for that, I will add a on key down input, and whenever there is a key down in this input, I will say handle key down function. Just copy this function. Let's create this function over here and pass e as an argument so that we can access the event. Inside this function, I want to check for the enter key and the comma key. So I will add a if condition, and actually before adding the condition, let me just console log the e.key code so that I can see what is the key code for the comma key, because I know the 13 is for enter. So if I come over here and type anything, this is giving me the key code, and if I press comma, you will see that I got 188, which is the key code for comma. So let's add that inside this condition. So instead of console log, just say if e dot key code is equals to 13, which means it's enter, or if its key code is equals to 188, which is the comma key, then we want to add that as a tag. So inside it, first of all, we want to prevent the default registration of this key. Like if we press enter in the input field or we press the comma key, I don't want to register that key inside this input. So for that, just say e dot prevent default, and this will default the is will prevent the default functionality. And once we have we are not registering the enter or the comma key, now I can get the input value and store that inside a variable to know that yes, this is the tag that I want to add in my tag list. So I can say let tag equal that is event dot target to get that input, and since we want its value, I will say value, and this will store the value of the tag inside this tag variable. So now if I just for now to test the value of this tag, I can console log it over here, and let me expand this window and open my console. If I type here, let's say test1 and press enter or comma, well, nothing happened. You can see that in the console I am getting test1. right? If I remove it and I say let's say example and press enter, you can see in the console I got example on pressing enter key, and if I press comma, it is still console logging me the example word. So that means I am able to get the tag value. So now let's insert this tag value inside the tag object or tag state, which is inside this block key that we have destructured over here. So right over here, instead of console logging, what I will do is I will check for a condition which will be that tags.length, which means that do I have anything, any item in my tags array, and this is this tags array. And what I will check is I will add a limit over here. Let me go over here. I will add a tag limit over here, let's say of 10, so you can only add maximum 10 tags. So I will check here whether or not I have any item over here, and I will just say is less than the tag limit that I will just create in a moment. So after this character limit, I will say let tag limit equal 10. So basically this condition is what is just telling that our array length should be less than this tag limit, which is 10. Then only I will go inside this condition where I will insert this tag, which is this input value, inside this tags array, which is the tag state. Great. So inside it, I will check for another condition, and that condition will be that either or not I have this tag already in my array. So for to check that, what I will do is I will say tags, which is referring to the tags array, and to check any item that is included in the array or not, you just call dot includes method, and you just pass whatever you want to check that it is in the array or not. And the thing that I want to check is the tag itself, so I will say tag over right here, and what it will do, it will check that tag is inside this tags array or not. So if it is not, then only I will go inside this condition to add that tag in the array. So to revert that, just add exclamation, and this condition will only run if this tag is not inside this tags array. I hope you got that. And I will add two and signs, which means that this condition should be true and the other condition that I will write now, that should also be true. So in there I will just say tag dot length, which means I should have some value in my input before entering it inside the tags array, because if we just remove everything and press enter, this will call this handle key down function again, and this will go inside these conditions. So I want to check before adding that tag in the array that it has somewhat value. So once I am inside this condition, which means everything is correct, then I will just update my block state with the new tag. So I will say set block function, I will call that to update the block, and that will be an object again, and destructure the block to have all the keys of the block as it is, and the key that I will update will be these tags key. And what I will do is just make an array, and inside this array, first of all, destructure this tags array, and this will what this will do is this will destructure all the items and give you inside this tag, so that if anything we have in the tags, we will get over here. And now in after the comma, you can add more items inside this array. So basically what is doing is it's just creating a new array with the existing array and the new items that you provide, and the new item that I will provide is the tag itself. So if I save it now, and if I come over here, well, this is already mapping the tags to create the tag. I should see tag over here when I press enter. So let's see if I say test1 and press enter. Okay, I didn't got anything. So the reason it is not working is because in this map loop I'm not returning this element, and since I'm not returning it, it's not rendering that tag. So just add a return at the beginning of this tag component, and let's just save it. Let's see now it is working or not. So let me type test1 and press enter, and now you can see that I got a tag component with this value that I have wrote in the input. So after that I want is I don't want I want this input to be empty. So for that, what I will do is I will just come over here, and after these if conditions, I will say e.target.value, and I will set the value to an empty string. So if I save that, and now if I try to do like test2 and press enter, now you can see it added as a tag and the input is blank now. And if I even try to add the same tag again, like the test one, it's already exists in this tag array. If I press enter, you will see it didn't created any component because it is not getting inside this condition, because this is already includes in the tags array, and it's just resetting the value of the input back to 0. So if we come over here, you can see that in this condition I'm just checking whether or not the tags uh, is less than the tag limit. So what if a user is trying to add more than the tag limit, which is the 10? So like if the user is trying to add the 11th or 11th tag, in that case what I want is I want to alert the user that you can't add more tags. So in the else block I will say return, actually not return, otherwise it won't go over here and it won't reset the value of the input. So instead of just returning, just say that show a toast with an error, and that error will just simply say you can add max and the tag limit. So actually instead of using double quotes, I will use the template literals. This key you can find over the tab key. So the benefit of using this is inside the string you can access the variable by just saying dollar and then curly brackets, and inside the curly bracket you can add the variable that you want to access and add in this string. So the variable that I want to add is this tag limit, so I will just say tag limit. So it is just saying you can add max tag limit tags. And if I just for now for testing, if I go and say the tag limit to 2, and since I already have 2 tags in my tags array, if I try to enter the third tag, it will give me an error saying you can add maximum 2 tags. So this is working as well. So now let's work on this tags component more, so that we can click on this cross icon to delete this tag, or even I can like type or rewrite this tag to update this tag. So how can I do that? For that, just go to this tags component and we will write some of the events over here. So before that, let me first enable my word wrap so that you can see the code. Okay, so let's first work on the deletion of the tag, so that if we click on the X icon, it will delete the tag. And how can we do that? So just add an on click event to this button. So whenever we click on the button, this will trigger the on click event, and inside that we will call a delete function to delete this tag. So I will just add a on click event, and whenever the button get clicked, I will call handle tag delete function, and obviously we don't have that, so let me make that function over here like this. And what this function will do is basically what I want is I want the first like the current tag value, and the current tag value I can get it from this tag over here. So I can just say that let actually you don't have to say anything, you can just say that I need to filter the tags array, right? So in order to do that, I have to first access the tags array. And if you remember, the tags array is again inside this block structure, and this block structure is the block state. So in order to access this tags array, you have to first access this block using this editor context provider. So for that, I will go over here and I will say let an empty object. I will destructure the tags later, and I will set it equals to use context in order to use the context, and the context that I need to use is the editor context like this. Make sure you import both of these at the beginning. So the tags is inside the blocks array, blocks object. So for that I will say blocks, and then inside the object I will say that I only need the tags. So once I got the tags, I will say that tags should equals to, so I am reassigning the value of this tags, and I'm saying the tag should be equals to the tags that I already have with a filter, so that I am filtering this tags array, and what I'm saying is get whatever item you have and return me that those item which is not equals to the tag prop. So basically what it is saying you is we are using this filter method in order to loop through the tags, and then inside it will take each and every element like this. So like if I have, let's say, an array of 1, 2 and 3, it will loop 3 times, and it will take 1 for the first time, 2 for the second time, and 3 for the third time, and it will check whether or not this 1 for the first time is not is equals to the tag, which is this. So suppose if we have a tag 2, so it will check whether or not this one is equals to 2. So I am just saying not equals, which means this is true, and since this is true, this will return me a new array with the 1, and then in the second case it will run like 2, and 2 is not equals to 2 is false, so it won't add that 2 over here, and then it go to 3, and since 3 is not equals to 2 is true, it will give me 3, and that's way I will get a new array which will be 1 and 3, and 2 will get removed. So this filter will work like this. I hope you got that. So once I got the tags, what I will do, I will just update the set blog, and to do that I first need to access this set blog function from the context. So just add set blog, and I need to access the blog object as well. So say blogs and add a comma to access the blog. So call the set blog function, and inside the object, obviously first destructure the blog. Actually, if I go to my context, this is blog, not blogs. So let me correct that. Remove the s from here, otherwise it won't work because we don't have blocks in the context. And the key that I want to update is tags. So just you can type tags, because if you leave it like this, it just means that tag should equals to tags, which is over right here, right? So you can just leave it like this, and if I save and refresh, this should work. So if I click on the publish, I am here. Let me add some tags. So tag 1, tag 2, tag 3, and actually the limit is true, that's why it's giving me error. I will change that limit later. So let's see, if I click on the X, it should delete it. So if I click on it, you can see that the tag 1 is deleted, and if I press now like tag 3, I can add it, because in the array I only had have tag 2, and if I click on tag 2 to delete it, now I only have tag 3 in my array. So since I want to, I can add at most 2 items. I can add tag 4, but I won't be able to add tag 5 because I can have only 2 tags. So actually this is working. So let me go and update my tag limit to 10, and now I can come over here, and this you will see. Now what I want is to update these tags, like if I want the no, I don't want tag 3, but I want it to have a tag 1, so I can have that. Like obviously you can see in the UI I am having the tag 1, but if I refresh it, or if I change it, it is not changing the tags state array. Like it is not changing the blog array, blog object which has this tags array. It is still tag 3, not tag 1. So how can we do that? For that, first of all, since it has like this content editable true, what we have to do is we need to give it a on key down event, so that we can register any enter or comma. So if you type anything inside this paragraph and press enter, then we will register or update that value. So I will say on key down, I will call a function, and that function will be handle tag edit. Just copy it, we don't have it, so I will create it over here like this. Great. Now in this function, what I will do is, again I will access the event so that I can access the keystroke to check whether or not the key down is enter key or a comma key. So for that I will say if e dot key code, and we know the key code for enter is 13, so I will say 13, or e dot key code is equals to 188, which is for comma. So if you type comma or enter in the tag, that will save the tag and update the tags array. So inside this function, I will of course first of all prevent the default functionality, so it won't register the enter or the comma inside that string. So I will say e dot prevent default like this to prevent it. Now what I want is I want the tag index. I want it a tag index so that I can select it from the tags array. I don't want to loop through the tags in order to find it. Well, you can loop through it because it's at most we will have 10 tags, and a loop of 10 will not affect you that much. But for now that I will show you a different way where you don't have to loop through it. You can just access it directly. And how you can do that? Well, in the publish form where you are setting the tag, after the key you can give it a tag index, and here you can just pass the I, which will be the index of the tag. So just save that and come over here. In this, just say tag index, and you will get that whatever tag index it is. So once you have that tag index, what you can do is you can say let current tag, and we will store the updated value of the tag over here. So the updated value will be e.target to get this paragraph, and we since want its value, I will say dot value to get its current value. So this will be the current tag. We won't refer to this tag because this is not getting updated. The thing that is getting updated is whatever we write over here, right? So this will have the current tag, and we have the tag index obviously. So what I will do, I will say select the tags, which is this tags array, and I will select whatever this tag index is. So if the tag index is 0, this basically means select the first item from the tags array and set it equals to the current tag that we have over here, which is the new value of the tag. Once you have that, you just have to here you can just update the object of the update this block state by calling set block, and here I will just say it first restructure the block and then update the tags by saying tags like this. And if I for now console log my block tags to see whether or not the array is updating. So let's see it's working or not. So if I press enter over here, great. uh, Now let me go over here and change this tag to 1 to tag 2 and press enter. Once I pressed enter, now I got undefined and tag 2 in my console. Okay, so why I'm getting this? Actually, the current tag is should not be e.target.value because this is for inputs. In order to get the value from the paragraph, you have to say e.target.inner text because it's a HTML, not the input. So in order to get the current tag or the new tag, you have to say inner text instead of value. And now it should give me the current tag. So let me just refresh it and go to publish. I will say tag 1, add the tag 1, add tag 2 as well, and let's change this 1 to 3 and press enter. And it's still giving me error, but you can see in the console that now I got tag 3 instead of tag 1. And if I change the 2 to 4 and press enter, now that I got now in this array I have tag 3 and tag 4, which means that these are updating. But now you can see that even though I have pressed enter, I am still active over here. So I don't want to be active over here. So what I can do is instead of giving this content editable true for always, I can add a on click function to this paragraph, and we will see this error later. We will fix that later, but right now let's work on it. So since you don't want to get the cursor even after you press enter, well, you can't do anything about it. So what we will do is I will add a on click event to this paragraph, which will basically whenever you click on the paragraph, it will add the content editable attribute to it. And whenever we will press enter or the comma key, it will remove the content editable attribute from the paragraph. Basically that we will going to do. So you can say on click, run this add editable function, and just copy this add editable function, and let's create it over here. So whenever we click on it, just get the e so that we can get the e.target, and just say e.target to get the element. And to change its attribute or set its attribute, you have to say e.target.set attribute in order to set the attribute at and the attribute that I want to set is content editable, and that value will be true. So if you save that, and if you say e dot focus, because we need to get focused over there, so just e dot target dot focus, you have to save this in order to get focus on this paragraph. So if I save that now, and now if I click on this tag 3, now you see, even though I don't have content editable in my paragraph, I just have this on click. Still, if I click on the tag 4 or tag 3, I am still getting the cursor and I can type anything that I want. And if I press enter, well, I still get the cursor. So to not get the cursor, what I will do is, after setting up the set block, after updating the block state, I will say that get the target element, which is e dot target, which is the paragraph, and I will say that set the attribute, and the attribute is content editable, and the value of this attribute will be false. So I will just change the true to false to remove the content editable functionality. So if I click over here and let me just remove everything, and now if I press enter, you should not see the cursor. You can see the cursor is gone because now this is not editable. But if I click over there, I can edit it. And if I click press enter, I won't be able to edit it. So this is how this works. And I guess now our tags are done, because I can delete it, and I can even update them, and I can add how many tags I want. It doesn't matter. So our tags are done. Now what next in our form? So after the tags input, what I will add a p over here, just like this 200 characters. I will add a p over here, telling the user that these tags, like 2 or 3 tags, are left, to alert the user that you can only add this much tag. So I will add a paragraph over here, and I will say in the curly brackets that you should show the tag limit minus the tags length dot length, and just say tags left. And if I save, you can see that I'm getting 8 tags left, because the tag limit is 10 and I only have 2 tags in my array. Well, that's great. And now let's give it some class names as well. So let's give some style. So say margin top will be 1 unit, and from margin bottom it will have 4 unit of margin bottom, and give the text color to dark gray, and it will align on the right side. So give text right, and if you save it, actually let me enable my word wrap like this. So if you save it, you will see that I got 8 tags left, which is good. And actually, instead of creating this paragraph inside this main div, which is containing the input and the tags, create it after this div. So it will not come inside this div, it will come after it. So if I save it, you will see now that it is outside of this grayish box. So after this p, I only need a button to publish this blog. So just add a button over here, and we will add class names to it later. So the button will just say publish in order to publish the blog, and let's add some style. So say btn dark for dark button, and again this is the custom class written in index.css, so you don't have to worry about it. Just say px, which means padding from x-axis, left and right. That should be 8 unit, and save it. And this is how our publish button looks. So our form is completely done. Now we have to submit our publish form, like we have to submit our this blog state, which contains our blog data, the banner, title, tags, description, and the content. We have to just send this blog state object to our backend in order to store that in our database and create a new blog. So let's do that. And before doing that, let's see how this looks when I fill the form, and when how this preview looks in the mobile screen and the desktop screen, and then we will do the server coding. So let me upload the banner quickly, and the title will be testing one, and I can say in the content hello world. If I click on publish, this is how this preview looks. I can type any short description. I can say this is a short description, and I can delete the tags. I can add more tags so that I can say tag 1, tag 2, tag 3. If I try to add the tag that is already in the array, it won't add that, but it will remove it from the input so that you won't bother. Now if I expand it to see how this will look in larger screen, so you can see this is how it will look. You will have a short description form over here, the form where you can change the title, tags, topics, and here you will see the preview. If I click cross, you will get back to the editor where you can type anything and change anything. Click on publish, and now we need to work on this publish button. So let's do that. Okay, so let's work on our server.js to create the root so that we can make requests from the front end to that root in order to create the block in my database. And how can we do that? So let's go at the end, and you can see the last root I have in the server.js is this Google authentication. So after that, I will create another root. So to create a root, you can just call server and then the method, and the method that we will use, it will be post, because I will send the block data from the front end. And you can give whatever root you want to give over here. I will say slash create block. So whenever we will get a post request on this create block root, then this function, this callback will run, and this will get a request and a response. So for now, what I will do is I will say that response, in response send a JSON, and whatever you get from the request body, just send that. So basically this means that let me just return it. So basically this means that whatever you are getting from the front end, just send it back to the back end, back to the front end. So this is for testing that this root is working or not. So just save it and open the request.rest file again, and instead of making the get request to this get upload URL, now remove everything and make a post request to http slash localhost and the port number is 3000 slash it is create block, right? Let me check. Yeah, it is create block root and the method is post. Now we have to send the data. So first of all, I have to define what sort of data it is. So I have to set its header saying content type, that should be application JSON, and then make enter, and then press one enter. So if you have enter between this header and the body, then it will know that there is a this is the separation of header and this is the separation of body. So I will, for now I will say that blog name is equals to this is a test blog. So I'm just sending this type of JSON to this root via a post method. Let's see it's working or not. So if I click on send request, well, the status code is 200, but I didn't got the data over here. And why is that? Let me open my console to see. Yeah, everything is good over here. So why it is not working actually? Let me console log the request.body to see what's happening here. Request.body. Let me make the request again. And yeah, actually I think this should be without the quotes, and then yeah, that should be without the quotes. And now you can see in the response I got the blog name. This is a test blog, which means our root is working fine. But now there is a problem, and that is that this is a create block root. Yeah, so this feature is only allowed to those users who are logged in our website, right? We don't want any anonymous user to create the blog by just making request to this root, right? So in order to check whether or not this is the authentic user who is requesting to create the blog, we need to authenticate that the access token that we have stored in the session of the user. And how can we do that? First of all, let's see how we can get the access token. So let's create a new user again. So I will make a post request to http localhost, and that will be sign up. And I will say the content, not length, the content type will be application slash JSON. And in the data I will say that what sort of data it needs. It need a full name. I will say the name is John, and I will say the email is john@gmail.com, and the password for this account is, let's say, john@123. Let's say this, and if I make a request, you see, okay, I got a error saying 404 not found, which means this route is not correct. Let me see the sign up route. Yeah, actually there is no dash in between. So let me remove that and make the request again. And now you can see that whenever the user is signing in or sign up, creating an account or logging in, the user that the data get in front end is the username, the full name, but it also get the access token that we are generating using the JSON web token. And whenever we will make a request from the front end to those routes which are only accessible by the logged in user, we will send this access token from the front end to backend, and we will validate this long string inside our code that to check whether or not this is an authentic user exists in our database. So if the user exists in our database, we will then only allow the user to access this route, otherwise we won't do that. And now how can we do that? So to do this, let me again let me first change this to John2 to create another account, because I just closed it, so I can't get the access token. So let me make a request. Okay, so once you get this access token, just copy it for now, because I want to test it over here. So just copy this access token, and for now add that as a comment over here. So just add a hashtag and then this, and let me just add a access token text over here to let me know that this is the access token, and this is the data that we have sent to create this access token. Okay, so we just did this for our testing purpose that we will do later. Okay, so save it now, and the thing that I want to do now is we have to check that access token. How can I do that? Well, in this server post method or any post method like get any sort of request like post or get, what you can do is first you can pass the route from on what route you want to access that request, and then you can pass the callback, but also you can pass a middleware like this in the between, and that middleware I will call it verify JWT, which will be JSON web token. And what this middleware do is whenever you make request to this particular route where this middleware exists, then before going to this callback, it will run this middleware, and we can perform our validation in this function. And if everything goes well, then we can call there a next function to go to this callback. Otherwise we won't run the next function and it won't go to this callback, and we will return the error to the user in the front end saying that you are not allowed to access this route. So this is how you can create a middleware. And now let's create that verify JWT function in order to verify the access token. So above this form data to send, I will create a function, and I will again call it verify JWT, and let me create this function like this. So what we need to do over here, right? So this get access of request and response, but also it get access to next, and we will call this next function on when the access token is valid. Then only we call this next function, and then this middleware allow the request to go to the callback, otherwise it won't go to the callback. Okay, so here first of all we have to access the header, because the way I am going to send this access token from the front end to here is I will send it as a header, and in the header I will say there is a key which is authorization, and in the authorization you can say bearer like this, and after that you can pass the access token over here like this, and this will get in the request header. So I will send from front end this sort of header with my request, and now from the header I have to remove everything and get this access token back. So how can I do that? So over here first of all I have to access the authorization header. For that, let me create a constant variable. Let's call it auth header, and let's set it equals to request, which will be the request that I get from the front end, dot headers to get the headers of it, and the headers is the object, so that from the object the key that I want is authorization. So make sure you spell that correctly, and this will give you the authorization header value, which is a bearer, and then the authentication key, which is the access token. And now from this string I need this authentication key, not this bearer part. So how can I do that? For that I will create another constant, and I will say that this is the token, and I will say that auth header, and I will say end. So what this double and sign do is it says that if there is auth header exists, then go to this, whatever I will type here, assign that equals to this. If there is no auth header, just don't assign anything to this token value. It just simply means that. So here if we have auth header, which means I have authorization in my header, then only I will split that authorization header, and from where I will split it from space, because in the header I have this bearer and then a space and then the token. So I have like split it. So what it will do, from this space, if I split, this will create an array like this, and now I have to access this, which is on the first index. So I have to say 1 to get the first index of this array to get the token. Right, now I have to check whether or not the token is there or not. So if token is null, so when the token will be null, token will be null only when you don't provide the author header, like you don't provide the token or you don't provide the authorization in the headers. So then only it will be null. So if the token is null, means we don't have any token, and we are still calling this verify JWT, which means we need to validate the token, but we don't have any token. In that case, I will return a response with a status of 401, and I will say in the JSON an error, and that error will be no access token. Is just simply that. And now after that I have to verify, like if we have token, now I have to verify that token, right? So to verify that token you can call JWT, which is we have again have imported from the JSON web token over here. Okay, so you can call that function, because in the form data to send you can see that I am using JWT to create the access token. So I have to use JWT to convert that token back to the data that I used to create it. So I will say dot verify to verify it, and now here first argument, the parameter that you will give is the token that you want to verify, and then you will give the secret key that you have given while creating this access token over here. Like you can see, while creating this access token I have given the data and then the secret key used to convert this data into the access token. So I need this same secret key over here in order to convert the token back to the data. And now after that I can run a callback, and this will get either an error or user. You can call it a user, it will just be like a success data. So if there is any error, let's check for that using if condition. So if there is any error, I will return a response with a status of 403, and I will send a JSON with an error saying access token is invalid. So if you send any invalid token from the header, it will not run, because that will be invalid. But if we verify and we get a success, which means the JSON token is valid, then I will say that in the request, the request is obviously an object. So in the object, that I will add one key which will be user, so that I can access it wherever I want. So I will just set it equals to the user, which is this data, and dot id. So what is the dot id? Well, this user just represent the data that you have used to create the access token. So this user is basically this object with the id key, and again, since we got this object, I can access this id key using user.id, and I will store that inside request.user to know that this is the id of the user who is requesting this service or requesting to this route. Now I will just call this next function, which is over here, because everything is going well. So once you call this next function, this will go to this callback, and this will run this callback. So if everything works good, as so if I make a request to this create block, I should see request body console, like not console, I should see that in response. So let's see, let me make a post request on http/localhost create blog, and I will say the content type will be application JSON, and the body for now will be title, test title. So before you remember, if I was clicking on the send request, I was getting the response back with this object. So if I click the send request now, you will see that I got an error saying no access token. And why is that? Because before going to this callback, I was going in the middleware, which is this verify JWT, and in this there was no token that I have provided in the request. That's why it was giving me an error saying no access token. So you see that is working. Now let's give it an access token. So I will say authorization, and I will say bearer, and I can type anything over here. And now let me make a request, and you can see now I get the access token is invalid, because even if we have the token, the verification is doing, and it's just saying that the access token is invalid. So now let's provide this request a valid token to see it's working or not. So this is the valid token, that's why I have copied this. So let me just copy this again, and instead of this text, let me paste that token like this. So now we have the authorization with the correct token in my headers, and now I am sending this object, so I should see this object back in my response. So if I click on send request, now you can see now I am getting this object with this title and test title, because now this user can access this route, which is this create block. So that's how you verify and protect the root from accessing from invalid users. So now instead of just returning the response back like the body back, now let's work on this create blog, and let's validate the requested data first, and then we will create the blog in the database, and then we will send it back to our front end. Work on this create blog, and the first thing we need is, first of all, we will retrieve the author ID from this request, because remember this verify JWT, it was setting the user ID in the request.user. So I can create a variable over here, I can call it anything. I am just calling it author ID because it's the author of the blog, and I will set it equals to the request.id, not id, request.user, because if I go to my verify JWT, you can see that in the request.user I was setting it equals to the user.id, which was getting from this JWT verification, right? So this way I can access the ID of the user that is requesting to this route. Now I have that ID. Now I want to destructure the data that I am getting from the front end. So I will declare let. I will destructure it later, and let's set it equals to request.body, because we will destructure it from there. So what sort of data we want to destructure it from? So if I go back to my React page and go to editor page, you will see that I have this block structure, and in this block structure I have title, banner, content, tags, and I have this description over here. So basically, I want these five keys that I will send to the backend, and I will store these for five keys in my backend database. I don't need to send this author because I have this author ID over here that I will save that, and then I can just use that ID to get the data of the author from a database directly. So what are those five keys that I will need? I want title, I need description, banner, tags, and the content. And after that, add one more key that will be draft. And this draft key we will send only when we will make a request when we click on the save draft. So in that case, this draft key we will send from front end, which will be equals to true. And according to this, we will decide that we need to save this as a draft or not. Okay, so for now, just to add this draft over here, when we will work on the save draft, then you will know that how this is working. So once you got the data, now I have to validate this. So again, to validate the data, I will use if and else condition. So the validation will the first. So the first thing that I want to validate is whether or not I have any title. So I will say if there is any length in the title by saying title dot length, and if there is not, which is 0, so I have to convert 0 to true, which means I have to add exclamation in the beginning. And if there is no length in title, this condition basically means that, so if there is no length in the title, in that case I will return a response with a status code of 403, and I will send a JSON with an error, and the error will be you must provide a title to publish the blog. Well, we are already doing these sort of validation in our front end, but it's good to do the validation in the backend also, so that it will be more secure. So after this title dot length, I will add another condition. I will say if let's say we don't have anything in our description, or our description length is greater than the description limit, which is 200 characters. So you can just type 200 and it will give the length of it. So if the description length is greater than 200, or if there is no length, which means the description is empty, in that case I will return a response with a status of 403, and the JSON will be an object with an error key, and the error will be you must provide blog description under 200 characters, like this. You can type anything, it's just the string that you want to show to the user to know that there is something going wrong. So after this, the third thing that I want to validate is whether or not I have any banner. So I will check the length to check I have any banner or not. So I will do the same that I did for the title. I will say banner dot length, and I will add a exclamation in the beginning. So if there is no banner, I will return again a response with a status of 403, and I will send a JSON with an error key, and the error will be you must provide blog banner to publish it, like this. Okay, so now we have validated the title, description, banner. Now we have to validate the tags and the content. So how can I do that? I can again create another if, and don't worry, you don't need to create else if. You can just go to if, and what it will do is whenever this condition is true, it is just returning from the function. So this so let's say if we are in this condition, then once this will return this response, it won't go below that code, it will just go out of this callback. So you don't have to worry about using else block instead of if and if. So in this condition, I will say that if there is the content, like I have content. Okay, so whenever I am saving the text editor content, you know that the data I am getting from the text editor is in the form of object, and that object contains sort of a blocks array, right? And after that, I have something called time and version, we have sort of this sort of an object that we are getting whenever we save the editor.js data. So I want to check whether or not this blocks is empty or not, because if the blocks is empty, which means that editor.js, which the editor is empty and we don't have any data. But if it has any data, let's say an array or an object itself, then that means that we have some sort of data in the editor. So I will check for that. So I will say if there is content, okay, so say content dot blocks like this dot length, to check the length of the array, and that should not equals to 0. So if it is equals to 0, which means add the exclamation in the beginning, in that case I will go inside this condition and I will return a response with a status of again 403 and a JSON with an object of error key and an error key, and the error will be there must be some blog content to publish it like this. And now the last condition that we want to check is if the tags, like if we have tags length or not, because the tags that we will get from the front end will be of course an array, and if we don't have any tag inside of it, we don't want to publish the blog. So I will say if there is no tag, or the tags dot length is greater than 10, which means we are checking for the upper limit as well. In that case I will return a response with a status of 403 again with a JSON object, and the error will be provide tags in order to publish the blog, maximum 10. I'm just typing this. You can obviously write any alert that you want. So after this, the validation of our data is done. So whatever data we are getting from the front end, I am done validating them over here, and we don't need to check it. Or if you want, you can pause right here and go to this request.rest to make a request individually to check all these conditions. We will check it later if we get any error, so don't worry about it. So once have the validation done and the data is correct, now I have to create the data, like store this block data in my database, right? So to do that, first of all, what I will do is I will convert whatever tags I have into lowercase, because sometime what you can see that like if a user is typing, let's say, tag as a tag, and I'm storing that tag in my database, and if some user is typing tag in my data and I'm storing this tag in my database, or if some user is typing capital tag and I'm storing this in my database, well, these three are tag, which means we can combine all the blocks of these three categories in one, saying these are the blocks belongs to tag category. But through code I won't be able to do it, because this and these threes are different, because this one is capitalized and this one is lowercase and this one is uppercase, so everything is different. So I have to make the tags to back to lowercase, so it doesn't matter whatever the user types. If the user type tag, this will convert it back to tag. If the user type everything in uppercase, this will get converted into tag, so that now I can use this single tag key in order to categorize the blocks. So for that I have to loop through the tags in order to lowercase that. So just say tags equal to assign the value of this tags array, and that will be tags dot map to loop through the tag array, and whatever I will get, like I will get the tag and I will return the tag by saying tag dot to lowercase, and I will call this method. So this will basically map through the tag array and select the individual tag, and it will lowercase that and return you a new array with all the lowercase tags, and that will restore inside this tags array. So we are basically reassigning the tags array to the lowercase array tags array, right? So after done with that, I have to create a blog ID in order to store the blog. Well, I will get a blog ID when I will store this data in my database, and that will be something like this. If you come to the Mongo database, you will see that the stored users that we have, they have this underscore ID, but they are like this object ID, and we can't use this because it's good to have this object ID secret, not public, to protect your database. And if I use this ID to form my dynamic routes, like if I will create like blog slash and that ID, which is this object ID referring to it, that won't make sense. So I have to create some random ID that will come over here, and whenever you make a get request to this route, this will give you the blog page of that published blog, right? So I have to create this blog ID. So for that, just name it like blog ID and set it equals to title, which is this title, because we will convert the blog ID, you make the blog ID using this title. So I will say title dot replace to replace, and just type whatever I'm typing, and I will explain it later, like this, double slash forward slash, and type G over here, and in between these double slashes make a square bracket like this, and add a arrow and say a dash z, then caps a z caps z, then 0 dash 9 comma space. So what I just did is I am typing this regex expression over here, and this expression just telling that every character except from A to Z, smaller case, from uppercase A to Z, and from 0 to 9. So if we have any sort of character in the title which does not belongs to small uppercase to Z or uppercase A to Z or 0 to 9, let's say we have at the rate or hashtag or dollar or percent, like these special characters in my title, then I will replace those and I will say space instead of those characters. And then I will say replace to replace, again slash slash, and in between the slashes add a backward slash and say s plus g, and then in the comma add a this dash. So basically what this is doing is, once you replace all these special characters with the space, you can't have space in your URL of the website, right? So to remove that space and convert it back to this dash, what I will do is I will uh, check for the spaces using this regex, and this regex is just telling that whenever you get a space in your string, just replace it with this dash. And why I am not replacing this with this dash, because if we get this dash in my title, it will replace this with the dash, but now it was just replacing the dash and the dash with spaces, and I'm then just replacing the spaces back to dash, which means instead of getting two dashes in my URL, I will only get one dash, and this way I can be more clear in my URL. So once you get that, you can just say dot trim to trim more spaces. If we have more than one spaces, it will trim that, and then say plus nano id and call this function. So this nano id is this package that we imported over here. This will generate a random id that we will attach to this title to create a blog id. So let me for now just console log this blog id so that you can see what id I'm getting, and let me just return a response right now with a status saying done. Go to request.rest file, and instead of sending only title this time, let's send all the keys that we want in our body. So the title I will send for now, it will be, let's say, test title, and then I need a banner. And since I don't have any banner right now, what I can send is I can send any sort of string. So I'm just saying example.com/image URL. You can type anything to test it. And the description, well, the description will be, this is a short description. Then we need content, And remember, the content is an object because then only we will be able to select the blocks key in order to check this condition. So inside of here, add a blocks, and for now I will add 1 and 2 as an item inside this array. Obviously this is not a valid content, but this will bypass our condition for now. And the third last key that we want is tags, and for now I will say tag 1 and tag 2 like this. So these keys has valid keys, valid values, even though we know that this URL does not exist, the blocks is not correct, and tag 1 tag 2 doesn't make sense, but it still is a valid data. So if I click on send request, I should see this status done. Let me correct the spelling. I should see the status done in response, and I should get the blog ID in console. So let's see that. So if I click on send request, you can see I got a status done, and if I open my console, you can see that the blog ID that I got is, first I got the test title, which is the title that I sent from the front end, and then I got a random ID generated from the nano ID. Now let's test what is this replace is doing. So if I add any special characters in my test title, title of the blog, let's say at the rate #1 3, let me add everything that I can add here. And if let's say this is a title, well, this is a string, you can add this as a title of a banner, even though it doesn't not make any sense, but how the idea of this title will look like. So if I click send request now, you will see that all the spaces and all the special characters are just replaced by this single dash in the title, and at the end we are getting a random generated ID from the nano ID. And this is the way we are creating a dynamic blog ID for our blog so that we can store it inside our database. So I hope you got that, how this blog ID is working. So now let's store this data inside our MongoDB. To set that or store this, let's create a variable, let's call it blog, and we need to assign this equals to a blog class that we have. So if you open the finder view, the folder view, you will see that inside the schema folder we have this blog.js, and all the schema of the blog object is defined over here. You can see there is a blog ID, there is title, banner, description, and author, activity, everything is mentioned over here. So you just have to do the same thing that we did for the user schema. So you have to import this blog from the blog.js, so make sure you import this. And now you can assign this blog variable equals to new blog class, and while creating the class you need to pass the object which will contain the data to fill in this input. So like you have to pass the blog ID, you have to pass the title, banner, description, everything. So let's do that. So I will say title, and you don't need to say title colon title, because if you do this or do just simply this and add a comma, both are the same. So I will use the short form. So I will say title to send the title, and the second key will be description, then banner, then content, then tags. Now I need to set the author as well. So if I go to my blog.js, you will see that this author key is a type of object ID, and this object ID is just referring to the document in the Mongoose. If I come back to my Mongo database, you will see that each document, each user has its own ID. You can see this. So this is the object ID type, and we will store this ID inside this author key so that we can point the author through that ID. So I will say author, and this will be equals to the author ID that we were getting at the top. We are getting at the top from this verify JWT. So just copy it and let me add this over here. So after this, the other key that we want to add is blog ID, and this blog ID will equals to this blog ID. So instead of saying here now blog ID, let me just rename this to blog underscore id, so this won't affect this. Now the last thing that I want is a draft value, and well, this draft value either will be false, which means we have to publish the blog, or it will be true, which means that this blog is draft and it need to be written later. So how can I do that? So basically, if you don't send this draft value from the front end, by default this will be equals to undefined, and whenever you check undefined in any condition, it's just equals to false, right? If you check any undefined in condition, it will be turn out to be false. So what we will do is we will say here boolean to check whether or not the data inside it is a false or a true, which means if you pass any data here, it will give you that it's a true or a false. So if I pass here draft, now if the draft is not provided from the front end, it will be by default undefined, and that undefined will go inside this boolean method or boolean function, and since undefined is equals to false, this boolean will return false, and by default the draft will become false. But if you try to save it as a draft, then we will send the draft equal true from the front end. So in that case this won't be undefined, and here in the boolean it will be draft equal true, and since it will be true, the boolean function will return you true, and that will be equals to this draft. So this is basically what means by using boolean function over here. So with that, the blog class is done and our blog object is done. Now we just have to save this inside our database. So how can I do that? Well, to save this blog data inside our database, you have to first access the variable and run this save method, which is mongoose method, to save the data. And since it's a promise, it will take some time, and once it gets resolved, it will give you the saved data that you can catch using this .then block. And here I will just call that data blog. And once I got the blog, what I want to do, well, if I come to my MongoDB, you will see that I have users, and if I just expand one user, you will see that I have account info as an object, and it has a key which is total post. So I want to increment this total post value whenever we publish a page, whenever the user publish a page, publish a blog. So if user saves a draft, I don't want to update it, but if user publish it, then only want to update this total post number by one. And also the second thing I want is I want to add the ID of the blog that I just published to this blocks array, so that I can get all the written blocks of the user by just fetching this user, and I don't have to write more queries in order to get the blocks separately. So how can I do that? So first of all, let's create a variable. Let's call it increment val, which will be increment value, set it equals to, and here I will check for a condition which will be draft, and I will say if draft is true, which means I have to save this as a draft, and if I want to save it as a draft, I won't increment the total post value. In that case, I will set it equals to 0. But if it is a false, which means I have to publish the block, in that case the increment value will be 1. And now according to the draft, I will get the increment value which I want to add to the current total post in order to update the value. So now either I can add 0 or I can add 1. It's just basically that. So once I got that, I have to find the user from the users collection and updates its value. So to find the user, you have to first use the user class, and then to find the user and update it, you have to say use the find one and update function. And this find one and update function is a mongoose function which let you find one document and update it at the same time. So the first parameter is take is the condition that you want to check to find the document, and the condition that I want is the underscore id should be equals to the author id, because remember this author id is the object id that I am storing in the author. So this is the object id, and if I come over here in the document, the underscore id is also the object id. So if I am saying that find the document which has the id equals to the author id, it will give me that object, that document which is only equals to the user which is requesting to create this block, because we have used this verify JWT to access this author ID, right? So once we got the document, I need to pass what sort of data I want to update. So here I will add a bracket to create an object, and here I will use two methods of mongoose in order to increment and add the block ID to the blocks array. So let's increment the value first. So to increase any value, so to add any value in numbers in the data, you have to say $inc, which is a short form of increment, and colon, and then you have to pass what field you want to increment. So the field that I want to increment is account. If you don't know what it is, just come and open this user.js file, and you will see that in the we have this account info, and inside it I have this total post. So let me just copy this account info, and I will say that account info dot, and then this total post, because total post key is inside this account info object. So I have to say it like account info dot total post, and this will select this total post key. And since I want to increment it, it is just saying a dollar increment is saying increment, and then inside this bracket I am saying this key has to be increment, and by how much is what I will give after the comma, and by not comma, the colon, and the how much value will be this increment value. So either it will be 1 or either it will be 0. So after this, you just have to add comma after this bracket, so that you are still under this object, but you are out of this value, increment value. And now I have to push the ID of the block to the blocks array. So for that I will say dollar push, and then I will say colon, and this method will let the mongoose know that whatever I will write here, just push that inside that field. So again, you have to create an object. Let me enable my word wrap over here like this, and the field that I want to update is this blocks field. So you can just type blocks, because blocks is the parent key. You can see since the account info was parent key, I was just typing this account info and then accessing the total post. And if I see here, the blocks is also parent key, so I can just type blocks, and I have to say what value I have to push. So add a colon, and the value that I want to push is this block data. So select this block data and say dot underscore id, because I want to add the actual id of this document, not the generated one, the actual document mongoose id. I have to store that, so that you can get from this block data that you got after the saving. And once you do that, you will be able to find the document from the user collection and update its value. And after that, you can cache the response using .then block. So once everything is done, you will get a user, which will be the user data, and you can just return a response with a status of 200 code, and the JSON that you can send will be an object of saying ID, and the ID will be block dot the current ID, that the custom ID that we made, because we won't share the actual document ID, we will share the custom ID that we made. So just send the custom ID that we just created. And since I'm using this dot then, if we got any error, just catch it using catch block, and if there is an error, just return a response with a status of 500, and with a JSON with an error key, and the value will be fail to update total post number, and fail to update total number post is the error, because this catch block is for this user, which is basically incrementing this total post number and adding the data, adding the ID to the blocks array. But we have this dot then block over here also, so just add a catch block to catch any error if we get. And if we get any error in this case, I will just return a response with a status of 500 and a JSON with an error key, and the error will be fail to actually the error will be error dot message to see whatever error we got from this then block. And now I can just remove this return, because I don't need it, because on the success I am already giving or returning the response. So this should store the data in the database. So if I go over here, and since this data is valid, if I click send request, I should get the blog ID in return. So let's see it's working or not. So if I click on send request, you can see I got an ID in the response, and the ID is this much big. So if I come over here and if I refresh my database, you will see that I have this blogs connect collection also. If I click over here, I should see the blog document which has this blog title and the blog ID, the banner, description, and I have the content which is an array, and it has this object blogs, and I have this text author, and you can see this author contains the ID which is this, and this is just referring to the author inside this user the collection. And then I have this comments activity and all those stuff. And if I go to the user to see that whether or not this updated function, this incrementing and pushing function is doing working or not, so I have to first find that user. So I guess it will be over here. So yeah, you can see that since the JWT token was for this email, the blog is inside this array. I have this blog ID over here, and the total post is 1. So that means our server is done. Now we can easily make request from front end by just sending the data, and it will store the data in our backend and will respond with this object. So now let's work on our front end in order to publish or save the blog, like save the draft. Okay, so now let's work on our this publish button. So whenever user clicks on it, this should publish the blog and store the data in the database, and we should see the blog page. So to work on that, let's go to the HTML. Make sure you are inside this publish form.component.jsx file. Go to this JSX and find this publish button, which will be at the very end over here. Let me just add a on click function over here, and whenever it get click, I will call publish blog function. And obviously we don't have this function, so let me copy it and let's create this function just above this return like this. And to get this button itself, I will just add a e so that I can access this button using e.target. Okay, so whenever we will click on this publish blog, I first have to check whether or not the tags and the description and the title, all these 3 inputs are filled, because you can't change the banner from here, and neither you can change the content of it. And to come to this publish page, you have to fill those first, then only you can come here. So the only thing that you can change from the this page is the title, description, and tag. So I have to first validate these things, and then if the data is correct, then I will send it to the backend. So how can I do that? For that, again, I will use if condition, and again I can use these states in order to check the value of the these fields. So I will say if title dot length, and since I want to check for a no length, I will add a exclamation in the beginning. So this condition will only run whenever there is no title. It will run then, and in that case I will just return a toast with an error, and that error will be write blog title before publishing, like this. If I just save it and let me just change the blog title, and now you can see the title is gone. So if I click over here, it should alert me with this write blog title before publishing. So if I click publish, you can see I got an alert saying write blog title before publishing, which means this function and the condition is working. So after this, the second condition that I have to check is whether or not I have a description. So I will say description dot length to check the length, and since we want to check for the 0, add exclamation at the end, and I will say or description dot length is greater than character limit, which is this character limit, which is 200. So if the description length is greater than 2 character limit, or it has no length, in that case I will return a toast with an error, and that error will be write a description about your blog within, and here I have to like introduce the characters. So let me just enable the word wrap, and instead of using double quotes, let me use the template literals so that I can introduce the variable inside the string by using dollar and the curly brackets. And I can say here character, let me do that again, correct. Why it's not giving me the suggestion? Okay, leave it. Let me just copy it and paste it over here. So character limit, and I will just say characters to publish. So this will be our alert for this condition. And the third condition that I want to check is if there is any length in our tags array, which means we don't have any, if we don't have any tag, then this condition will be true, and in that case I will return a toast with an error, and the error will be enter at least one tag to help us rank your blog, like this. So so if I add the title here, let's say title 1, and remove the description, this should give me error saying write a description. If I say this is a short description, and if I remove the tags, I should see enter at least one tag. Now let me add tag 1 and tag 2, and now if I click on publish, now you won't see any alert because it's not going inside any of these conditions. So once we are done validating the data, now I can just send the data to the backend. And to send the data, what I will do is I will first make the loading toast, which will just show that it's publishing. So I will say let loading toast equal toast dot loading, and the text it should show will be publishing, like this. And you don't worry, you don't have to worry about the else over here, because if any of the condition is true, it will just return this error and it will go out of this function, so it won't go below of that. So you don't have to worry that I don't have any else block, so this would run. So yeah, and we will do the same that we did for the banner. So that's why I am creating this loading toast variable to store this reference so that I can dismiss it once I am done publishing the blog. So once done, what I want is I want to add a disable class to this button. And why I want that? I want to add this disable class on this button so that once you click it, it will add a disable, and then if you click it again, it will check whether or not the button is disabled. So if the button is disabled, it won't make request to the server again, and that's where you can prevent from multiple data submission, right? So for that I will add a class name over here which will be disabled to this publish blog button. So I will say e.target to access the button, and I will say dot class list, not class name, it should be class list dot add, and that will be disable. So this will add a disable class to this e.target, which is this button. And since I want that this should only run when we don't have this disable class in this target, I have to check for it. So I have to go here and I have to say if e.target.class name dot includes, so class name will give you all the classes, and if it in a string, all the classes in a string. So if that string includes this disable, which means it has a disable class inside it, let me spell it correctly, disable, let me correct it, the spelling, disable. And now if we have a disable, I will just return from here, I won't alert the user. So by just saying that return, actually let me correct this condition, yeah, so just saying return, it will go out of the function and it won't go inside these validations and this loading toast and all that stuff. So this way we can prevent the user from submitting this form twice and storing the block data twice in our database, which can create some errors. So after it, we have to send the data to the backend, and the way we can send it is uh, we will use Axios, so add Axios, and this make sure you import this Axios as well. So now you have to say what method you want to make, and the method that I want to make is the post. And now I have to give the root, and to give the path of the server, it is import.meta.env.wait underscore server underscore domain. And if you don't remember what is this, it's just the way to access the .env variable inside this await development environment. So this wait server domain is just the .env variable which contains the localhost 3000 port number. And I will just say plus, and then in the codes I will say slash create blog in order to make request to this create blog root with a post method. Great. Now I have to say what sort of data I want to send. So let me create a variable over here and let's call it blog object, and let's say what sort of data I want to send. First of all, I want to send the data title, then I want to send the banner, then I want to send description, content, title, and not title, it will be tags. And why it's not giving me the content, because I haven't destructured it over here. So let's say content. So basically these 5 keys that I want in my server, if I come over here, you will see that I'm destructuring only these 5 keys, so I'm good. Now here, if you want, since it's a publishing blog function, you can specify here like draft to be true, and if you don't want, you can leave it, because if you don't provide it, it will be undefined and the boolean function will convert the undefined to be false. And yeah, there should be false because this is not a draft. So I say just pass the draft equal false, so it will make sense that yeah, it is not a draft. So now I can just send this blog object to the backend. So just paste this variable over here as a second parameter, and the third parameter is the header. So I will set headers over here, because remember, while making a request to this post, if I come to my request.rest, you have to set this authorization with the bearer and the authentication access token. So let's do that. So inside of here, the third parameter, I have to set the headers. So to set the headers, add an object, and inside of the object you can say headers, and the headers key will be equals to an object, and this object will contain what sort of headers you want to send. And the header that I want to send is the authorization, and the value for it will be, make sure you will use the template literals, it will be bearer. And now I have to add the token over here, and I can access the token from the user context. So I have to say let, I will destructure this later, set it equals to use context in order to get the user context. So say user context, and make sure you import the user context at top. So once we get the user context, let me go to the user context. You will see that in the user context I have this user auth, which is an object, and this object contain an access token key, and I want that. So I will say user auth, and since it's an object and I want its key, I will make an object here, and I will say that the key that I want is access token, like this. So just copy this now, and inside this curly brackets I can paste access token, and this way you can send the authorization header in your request. So once we are sending the request, obviously it will get resolved either, or it will throw an error. So if it get resolved, you can catch that using then block. And if everything went well, what we will do is I will say that remove the disabled class from the target, so that now I can click on the publish block again. So for that, just copy it and paste it over here, and instead of add method, say remove, and this will remove the disable. Okay. And the third thing I want, the second thing I want is I want to dismiss this, because this publishing will rotate. And remember the banner scenario, we were showing the loading, and once we were getting the response from the server, we were just removing this toast using dismiss method. So I will say toast.dismiss, and I have to provide the reference, which is this loading toast reference. And then in the success, I will say dot success alert, and I will say that the blog is published. So I will just say publish with an emoji of thumbs up like this. So once it's done, what I will do is I will wait for 500 milliseconds, and then I will redirect the user. Why I will wait 500 milliseconds? Because I am showing the success alert to the user, and then I will, after 500 milliseconds, I will navigate the user to the blog page. So for that, what I will do is I will say set time out, and the time will be 500 milliseconds. And actually, the actual project that we made, actually let me just remove it and let me tell you, the actual project that I made earlier was redirecting the user to the dashboard, but I don't have dashboard right now. So instead of redirecting the user to dashboard right now, I will redirect the user to home page. Just for now, we will, when once we will make the dashboard, we will change the route to a dashboard route instead of the home route. So let's just navigate the user to home route. And how can I do that? Well, to navigate the user, you have to use take the help of React Router DOM. So you have to make a variable first. Let's say let navigate, and store this with use navigate. And this use navigate is a function provided by this React Router DOM, and that's let you navigate the page, the user from one page to another. So inside over here, you can just call that variable because it is equals to that use navigate function, and inside this function you can pass the route where you want to navigate the user. And I will just say /, and this will just redirect the user to the home page. That's great. So since I'm using .then, if I get any error, I have to catch it using .catch. Let me correct it. So that's way it should be written. So once if I get any error, this should mean not, this should not be an error. What I will do here is add first round brackets, and then in the round brackets add these curly brackets. And by adding this curly bracket, what I'm doing is I'm destructuring the default data, because in Axios, when you get error, it returns you whole Axios data, but if you don't get any error, it returns you response. And from response you can destructure the data, but from Axios you have to destructure the response in order to go to the error. So I will say response, and in the response, once I get the access of response, first of all, if we get any error, still I want to remove the disable class, so I will just add this over here also. And I also want to dismiss this loading toast, so I will just copy and paste it over here to dismiss the publishing toast, and I will just return a toast with an error, and the error will be this response. And in response we have a data key which which has the data that we got from the backend, and whenever we get any error from the backend, it has the error key. So I can just say response.data.error in order to access that error key that we get from the backend, and I can show that inside this toast.error. So if I say I am done with my publish blog, and if I now click on my publish, I should be able to publish this blog, and I should be redirected to the home page, and I should be able to see the data in my MongoDB. So let's see, since everything is filled up, it won't go inside this condition and it will go over here. So if I click on publish, you will see it was giving me publishing, and then it gave me publish, and now I am on home page, which means this publishing is working. And if I go to my MongoDB and in my blogs, I should see the second blog as well, which is title 1, and you can see that the object ID of the author in both cases are different. This is 48FE and this is EE8D, because both the users are different. And if we see here, I have all the data. I have tag, I have content, which is an object which has this blocks, and this blocks is an object with the data. Like you can see now I got a text with the hello world. So I have successfully stored the data in my database. And if I go to my users, and if I check the user that I was logged in with the email, I was logged in with this kunal@gmail.com. If I go over here, you can see in the blocks array I got the blocks ID, and in the total post I got 1, which means the publishing is working. So that's great. Now the only thing is left is we have to save the draft, and to save the draft we will do exactly the way the thing that we did for this publishing, but we won't check for these conditions because to while saving the draft you can leave everything empty. You just have to provide the title. So let's do. So now the last thing that we have to work on is this save draft. So whenever we fill the title only, and if we don't upload or write anything, we can still save the blog so that a user can write it later. So for that, just open this blog editor.component.jsx file, and over here just find the save draft button first. So let me find this where it is. Let me find that. It is inside this navbar, inside over here, right? So let me just add a on click event to it. So whenever this get clicks, I will call handle save draft. And since I don't have this function, now let's create it. So after before return, I will create this function like this, and I will access the event over here so that I can access the button itself using e.target. And once I will get the button, I will be able to disable it using the same technique that we did for the publish form. But before that, remember that actually let's resolve this problem. You can see that I am getting these two editor. It got refreshed and I got two editors. Well, this is happening because of re-rendering of React. But to fix this, what we can do is let's go to our use effect, and before creating the new editor JS, let me just check for a condition. So if I add a condition here and say if text editor, which will give you the access of text editor state. So I will say if text editor is ready. So remember, let me just take you to this text editor state. So if you see, the text editor state by default value is false. So is ready key is by default false. So I will check for that. So add exclamation over here. So if this is false, which means if text editor is not ready, then only I will call this method in order to update the text editor with the new editor JS class. But if when this creates editor.js, when it's create the editor, it will just update the text editor is ready to true, and that way I won't be able to run this condition and run this function. So if I save it, I will still get this too because I have to refresh in order to see the effect. So if I refresh, well, now I will get only one. So okay, so I have fixed that condition. Yeah, coming back to the topic, we have this save draft function, and I'm adding this e parameter to in order to access the button itself, and we will do the same that we did for publish. So what I will do is I will just go to this publish form, and let me just copy each and every code so that it will be easy for us to code the save draft, and we will just change some one or two lines in order to make it work. So coming over here, the first thing is we are checking for the class name whether or not it has this disable, and we want it to stay there, so let's stay there. And I will remove this text and description validation because I only want to validate the title, because without the title you won't be allowed to store save it as a draft. So inside here, instead of returning write block title before publishing, I will say write block title before saving it as a draft, like this. Let me enable my word wrap for this, like this. Now if we have a title, it will go and it will create this variable which will be toast.loading, and the loading text will be saving draft, like this. And then it will add a disable class to this e.target, which is the save draft button itself. Now this blog object, I will say title, that we want to store, banner, description, content, everything is we want to store, but those thing can be empty or may have a value, it doesn't matter. But make sure this draft is true instead of false, because if you give it false over here, it will consider the server create blog root will consider it as a publishing, and then it will fall into this condition, and it will do everything, right? So if I come over here, this draft should be true. Now you can see this is giving me error on Axios, so make sure you import the Axios. So import Axios from the Axios, Great. So what I'm doing here is making a post request to this create blog, and the data is blog object. But in the headers, I have to set the authorization with the access token, right? So I have to get that too. So I will do the same that we did for the publish form. I have to destructure it from the user context. So I will make a variable, and in the object I will destructure it later. Just set it equals to use context in order to use the context, and the context that I want to use is the user context. Make sure you import it as well. And since the variable is user auth, which is the object, I have to access its key, which is access token. So type it like this, and you will be able to get the access token access like this. So whenever it will make a request to the create blog with all these data, either it will be resolved or it will give error. So if it will give any error, well, we don't have to do anything because this is correct. But if this get resolved, what I want is I want to disable it first, then I want to remove the loading toast, and I want to say show a success alert. But instead of showing publish, I will say saved, just like this. And I will wait for 500 milliseconds again, and I will redirect the user for now to the home page. Later in the next part, or the fourth part, the third or the fourth part, when we will have a dashboard, then we will navigate the user to the dashboard, to the draft section only, not the publish section, to the draft section. But for now we will redirect the user to the home section. But you can see this navigate is giving me error because I don't have access to this navigate function. So I have to do the same that I did for the publish form. So for that I have to say let navigate in order to make that navigate variable, and let's set equals to use navigate in order to use the navigation from the React router. And make sure you import it as well like this, use navigate from React router DOM. And if I come over here, this should not give me any sort of error. So if I save it, and before saving it, since I am already done, we are also already done with our website, let me just uncomment these code in order to see what we get like this. And actually we are not really done with the code, because before sending this data I need to convert the text editor content data. Maybe if the user has written something, I need to access that content data, right? Because I won't be able to do that, because if you see here, whenever I am publishing the event, then only I am calling this save method in order to update the content data. So I can't do this like this. I have to say, instead of this, what I have to say, I have to again check whether or not the text editor is ready. So I will say text editor dot is ready. This will check whether or not it's ready. So if the text editor is ready, which means we have a text editor, I will say text editor dot save to save the data of it, and I will get the data using the dot then, and I can call the data as content, so that I can use the content over here. And inside this editor I will just cut this whole dot then and dot catch whole Axios request, and I will paste it inside this content, and make sure to cut this blog object as well and paste it inside this save callback like this. So now it will be able to access the content, which will be the actual editor data instead of an empty string. And now I will be able to make request and will be able to get everything. So now let's see whether or not it is working. So let's save this, and if I come over here, let me refresh it. Okay, so I got this. Now if I come over here and let me just click on save draft, it will give me error saying write block title before saving it, which means I have to just provide a title to save it. So I will say test draft 01, which is a title. Save draft 01 is the title. So if I click on save draft, I should be able to save this. So if I click here, okay, it is giving me you must provide blog description under 200 characters. And now why it is? Because if you come to the server, you will see that it doesn't matter you have a draft true or false, it will still check for these conditions. And since you are not following these conditions because there was no description. It was just giving me this error, and that's why it was not able to store this data as a draft. So how can I bypass this condition? Well, you don't have to. You can just make another condition by just saying if draft is false. So a draft, if draft is false, for that you have to add exclamation in the beginning, at the beginning. So if the draft is false, which means now I have to publish the blog. So since now I have to publish the blog, I can cut all these 4 conditions and paste it over here. And well, I can leave this title condition at the very top, because obviously for the for saving the draft I also need this title length. Okay, so but in the error I should remove this, because I have to use this error for the publishing and the draft. So let me just remove the publishing text from over here. So now from the front end I am sending draft equal true, which will just not will not satisfy this condition, and therefore it won't go inside this to check for this condition, and it will directly come over here where it can store the data inside this database. So now if I click on save draft, now you can see I got saved, and now I'm redirected to the home page. And if I come over here in the blogs and refresh, I should see the block data, but it will be draft. So if you come over here, you can see that in the database I got test draft 01, and in the author I got the author ID, and in the draft I got true because it's a draft. And if I go to the user, and remember from the same account I have published a blog and I have saved the draft. So that means I have written 2 blogs. But if you come over in the blogs of my object, let me see. Yeah, this is one it is. So you will see that in the blogs I got the blog ID, and if you think why it is showing 3, don't worry, because before recording this I entered one object and one blog also, but I deleted it for the video purpose, and that's why the ID is over here. But the thing I'm trying to tell you is that whenever you are adding the draft, which is this latest one, you can see even though I have blogs 3, since from these 3 blogs 1 is a draft, I am only getting total post 2, because saving the draft is not updating this total post number. So that's it for today. In this video, we worked on our blogging website and made the editor page with a fully working editor. So now our website has a login flow with a feature to write and save draft. So in the next part, we will work on other pages such as homepage, search page, profile page, 404 page, and much more. So if you have any doubt, feel free to ask me in comments. Give this video a big like if you like this video. Make sure to subscribe the channel as well. It's a great motivation for me in making these tutorials. With that, thanks for watching and keep learning.